Good morning, everybody. This is just a reminder that this meeting is being live streamed on ORC's YouTube channel.
Atamarie, and good morning, Otago Regional Council. I wanted to welcome you all to Central Otago on this fine day. No doubt the sun is shining, even though I'm filming this the day before. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful meeting here in Cromwell. But disappointed that I couldn't be there with you today to welcome you, especially to give you all a big hug after the beating that you have taken from central government in the last 24 hours as they announce what they think local government reform could look like in coming years. In the meantime, though, there is quite a lot of crack on, and for us and for the work that we are undertaking together as part of the regional deal proposal together with our neighbours next door in Queenstown Lakes. It's exciting to be moving into a triennium with much closer collaboration between our councils, both across our boundaries, your boundaries and our neighbours, and we will also be looking to shape up our joint water CCO in coming months too. I think this feels like an exciting time where we are going to be a lot more open, hopefully, with each other. I've already had a number of you reach out, and I am pretty keen on organising some get-togethers for our councillors, because this can be a bit of a lonely job, especially when you get to a Christmas barbecue and nobody wants to talk to you about local government. Now, I want to wish you all the best for your meeting today. Unfortunately, you meeting today means that you won't be able to join us at our meeting down the road in Alexandra, and maybe we should do a little bit of collaboration on our diaries for next year so that we can make sure that those meetings don't clash and we can spend a bit more time together, perhaps for breakfast or an afternoon delight at one of our wineries. So I hope you have a wonderful meeting and I wish you all the best. We're thinking of you. We know there's still a massive amount of work to get cracked on with, and yeah, all the best for your meeting, and I look forward to catching up again soon. Thanks so much. I also don't know who that random guy is that has turned up in the background of the video, so hopefully he doesn't mind making an appearance at your meeting. Cheers, guys.
It was nice to have that video from Tamer. She was going to be doing it on Zoom, as it were, live, but she's on a plane, so she's done it for us in advance. Robbie, we are now going to have a reflection from Councillor Robbie Byers.
Thank you. I'd just like to share a short verse from Paul's letter to the Philippines. It's a gentle reminder about the attitude we could bring to this room. Paul writes, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Instead, in humility, consider others above yourselves, looking not only to your own interests, but also to the interests of others."
Thank you, Robbie. I would like to acknowledge the recent passing of Bruce Malcolm, father of our Deputy Chair, Kevin Malcolm. Bruce was a deeply community-minded man whose contributions to sport and public life, particularly in Port Chalmers, spanned generations. His involvement in rowing, bowls and rugby, along with his long service through the Watersiders Union, made a lasting impact on the people and places he cared about. On behalf of the Council, I extend our sincere condolences to you, Kevin, and his family. There are currently no apologies, and we will move on to the public forum part of our meeting, beginning with
just as we kick off the meeting, Councillor, just because of the way the audio is set up, we'll just need to make sure mics are on, switched on for talking and then off again to ensure the system operates properly.
Right, well, we are beginning with, and welcome, Pierre Marasti,
Yes.
who will speak on behalf of Extinction Rebellion.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. I want to start by congratulating you and thanking you all for serving as councillors. We started these regular climate reports in 2019 at QLDC after they declared a climate and ecological emergency, and here at the ORC in this same room 3 years ago. When we started in 2019, the IPCC had just released its 1.5 degree report, warning the world that we had only 10 years to at least halve our emissions for a 50% chance to stay under 1.5 degree of warming this century. But in the last 6 years, things couldn't have gone more wrong. Instead of reducing our emissions, the world kept increasing them. And today, in 2025, only 6 years after the IPCC warning, we have already reached 1.5 degree of warming. We are now all witnessing the consequences of this failure to act. Here in New Zealand, we have been through Cyclone Gabrielle, the Auckland floods, the Nelson floods, and all the smaller but constant events slowly draining the resiliency of our communities. For example, last month's destructive winds were just a minor climate event, yet parts of the region have been under a state of emergency for weeks, and there is still a long time to go before we finish repairing all the damages. We are also now all affected by the climate collapse, even those of us lucky enough to have dodged the floods, the fires, or the destructive winds, as the climate crisis has become the leading cause of the cost of living crisis. Every time harvest or infrastructure get destroyed, everything becomes more expensive for everyone. And with sea level rise just starting to affect seaside communities, costs will escalate quickly. So the 1.5 degree target from the United Nations is not dead. What it means is that we cannot avoid suffering from serious damages from the climate collapse anymore. But it doesn't mean that we should just give up. Each tenth of a degree of heating will create more destruction and more suffering. It is now more urgent than ever to make it a priority across all our decisions to decarbonize our societies and to regenerate our environment. What is at stake is best described by the Planetary Solvency Report from the British Institute and Faculty of Actuaries. Their risk assessment report shows that they expect the world to have reached 2.5 degrees of warming by 2050, which would result in a 25% drop of global GDP and 2 billion deaths, a quarter of the global population. It seems obscene to mention the economy alongside so many deaths, but we want to stress that anyone thinking that to focus on the climate crisis is too expensive is looking at it the wrong way. Nothing will cost us more than the climate collapse. You have signed up for our job. In your roles, you are responsible both for the well-being of our communities and of our environment, when we will be increasingly hit by extreme conditions, while at the same time you are responsible for the decarbonization and the regeneration of our region. We wish you all the best, and we will keep updating you on the climate collapse throughout this term. That brings me to yesterday's announcement. We haven't had time to fully digest it, but our first reaction is that it is an attack on our democratic institutions and on our environmental laws. We will follow this closely, and we also wish the best to everyone working at the ORC. Thank you.
Thank you. Have councillors any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to hear from Professor Alex McMillan and Dr. Simonette Mallow online. And who will speak on behalf of, and you're just about to tell us. One of you is muted, is both of them?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e ngā rangatira, tēnā koutou e ngā mana whenua, ka te māmoe, waitaha, kaitahu. I'm Alex Macmillan. I'm a professor of public health at the Department of Public Health Dunedin at Otago Whakaihuaka, the University of Otago. And I'm joined by my colleague, Simonette Mallard, who's one of the public health registrars working with us at the moment. I'm going to, if it's okay with you, hand over to Sim. She's going to share some slides, and then we'll be really happy to take some questions. And we're here to table two letters about concerns for air quality in the region from health professionals, from GPs, from respiratory physicians and public health doctors in the region. One is a letter from Well South urging further investment in action on air quality. And as you know, Well South covers all of the general practices in Otago and Southland. So this covers all of primary care in Otago and Southland. The second is a letter that has some specific actions in it, and that's signed by individuals. And I hope that those have been tabled and that you have them in front of you. So I'm going to hand over to Sim, and she's going to give you 5 minutes of presentation, and then we're happy to answer questions. Kia ora.
Thanks. I'll just share my slides now. Ngā mihi nui o tēnei rā, tēnā koutou katoa. As Alex said, I'm Dr. Simonette Mallard, and we're presenting on behalf of a group of concerned frontline GPs and respiratory physicians, as well as public health doctors in Otago, and the Well South Primary Health Network, which represents 78 practices across Otago and Southland, including the practices in Cromwell and the practice in Alexandra that serves the Clyde school children, who you'll also be hearing from this morning. So air quality differs in Aotearoa, New Zealand, depending on where you live. There's a photo there of Northeast Valley in Dunedin, which is where I live. And in wintertime, we get exposed to a lot of fine particulate matter from domestic fires. On the right, a little bit less visible, is air pollution from vehicles, which is nitrogen dioxide. And that's quite intense on busy roads, such as this one in Auckland. So what does air pollution do to our health? Well, we actually have a very good idea of this in New Zealand. We do a study called the Health and Air Pollution in New Zealand study. We're up to iteration 3.0. The last time they measured this was in 2016. They measured that nitrogen dioxide from vehicles and particulate matter, which is largely from domestic fires, about 75%, but also from vehicles, about 17%. In the study, they used established air pollution exposure and disease relationships to calculate the health burden and social costs due to air pollution across the country. So this is an infographic from the study. In the orange, you can see the health burden from fine particulate matter, and in the green from nitrogen dioxide. And in total, we have about 3,300 premature deaths annually due to air pollution in New Zealand, which is about 10 times our road toll. So it's really significant. It also creates a lot of cardiovascular and respiratory hospitalizations, as well as asthma burden in children, and of course costs us a lot of money. So breaking it down to Otago region, you can see that, as with other regions in New Zealand, vehicle exhaust actually accounts for most of the health burden and cost. But when you break it down into finer detail by territorial authority, you can see that those data are really dominated by Dunedin City because of the population and high vehicle use there. And so in the smaller territorial districts, domestic fires really account for most of that health burden and cost. Now, you can't really talk about air pollution without mentioning indoor air pollution, because we do spend about 90% of our time indoors. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we're affected by damp and mouldy housing. So that creates a lot of volatile organic compounds, and we breathe in a lot of spores and that kind of thing, which creates cardiovascular and respiratory health, and also increases our risk of getting infectious disease. A lot of us also have domestic fires. Every time you open a fire door, you are letting out a lot of smog into your home. LPG heaters and stove tops release a lot of gas. This is associated with asthma quite strongly. Just because you don't have a domestic fire doesn't mean that you don't get some of that pollution inside your home. It comes inside, particularly if you have an older home. And this also happens with that nitrogen dioxide from vehicles too. We place a lot of homes, schools, kindergartens and hospitals on main arterial roads, and we also open up our windows a lot because we need to. So in summary, there's a growing concern amongst Otago physicians, including overwhelmed frontline general practitioners, about the effects of air pollution on health in our region, as we've outlined in the 2 letters that we've tabled today. So the actions that we are calling on the ORC to make are to continue with education campaigns around clean burning, provide subsidies for home owners to replace the dirtiest burners, provide insulation and heating subsidies, enforce the private rental healthy home standard, because this will make households comply with the clean burner standards. Make sure we have local energy resilience so that people can confidently switch to electric heating sources. Include air pollution key performance indicators in the regional transport strategy, and continue with air quality monitoring where needed. So thank you for your time, especially on this day when you've heard quite a significant piece of news for yourselves. And I wasn't even sure if this meeting was going to go ahead today, so thank you very much for coming. I'll hand over to Alex now, who will answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Laws and Councillor Somerville.
The statistics that you've provided as part of your presentation, where did you get them from?
So they come from the Health and Air Pollution in New Zealand study. They come from a combination of good epidemiological studies in New Zealand and globally, and measures of air pollution through air pollution monitoring around the country, including in our region, and then putting those together with population data.
So I'm taking it that there are no specific death sentences that say air pollution in Otago was the cause, although you have provided us with that material today and broken it down into particular areas.
There were no particular death certificates, are you saying?
Yeah, I think that was the question asked.
So the death certificates talk about the diseases that people die from, and then we can attribute those to risk factors. And that's the main way that we do understand cause and effect for diseases around the world, including most of our diseases that we take action on, things like smoking, many kinds of infectious diseases, cancer, and our non-communicable diseases, things like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, are all measured, and the risks are measured in similar ways to this. So pretty much everything that doctors do.
Have you finished, Michael? Councillor Somerville.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alex and Sim. Have you had the chance to use your expertise to input into the review of our air strategy that's currently underway?
As the air strategy has been drafted, we have been providing feedback into it. That air strategy is has been somewhat stalled, and of course we have the stoppage of all kind of long-term plans. So that has meant that we haven't been able to progress a revision collectively on the air plan. We have made some specific suggestions in our letter, and as a group of doctors, GPs, respiratory physicians, and public health doctors, that could be incorporated into a revised air strategy and into the regional transport strategy.
Certainly.
And these include some things that have previously, the ORC has previously done, including the partnership on subsidising clean heating and funding for that partnership with what used to be Cozy Homes Trust and is now the Otago Housing Alliance. So some of these things are things that ORC has done in the past, but is not currently doing.
Councillor Gillespie.
Yeah, thank you. In your joint letter, in the second paragraph, you refer to footnote number 1, which I think is what Councillor Laws was talking about. Is it possible to get some of the information from that report that backs up what you've said today without having to go? I'm not sure how big those two reports are, but I'd be interested to further my understanding by having a read of what's available, if that's possible.
Absolutely. There's so what we could do is we can send you some slides and a link to the report itself, which is quite big and has a technical report that sits alongside it that describes all of the methods that went into that study. And also there's a link to some really helpful infographics and kind of a data platform that you can explore so that we can put in specific places and specific outcomes that you want to look at, and then it will map and tell you the data for that location or that particular health outcome you're interested in. So there's a really nice interactive data platform that we can send you the link to.
Thank you.
Any further questions? We're now going to hear from Peter Yarrell, who will speak.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Speak as a local constituent.
I'll push that through. Okay, I got a bit lost. Okay, I've I passed a copy around to councillors of my submission, so you've got something to read and think through. I won't go through the whole thing. It's not a long submission, but and I'm perfectly aware it's a major issue getting rates paid by people in the jurisdiction that that the ORC are working in. But I'm just asking you a question. Is this the time to review the rating system so it speaks fairly and equitably to those who shudder annually at the thought of clicking on their rates demand to ascertain if they are signalling sell, it's getting too unaffordable, and don't sell and try to just stay another year in this treasured location? How long can we afford to live in this gorgeous place we've invested in years ago and grown to love amongst neighbours, friends and family? For example, just my own example, my wife and I decided to retire into Queenstown in 2016. We were 75 and 73 respectively. We looked at the cost of home building and land purchase and then did our sums. Our Otago rates came in on top of the Queenstown rates, which we've never struck before in Marlborough or Christchurch we've lived. And we added these two together and the annual costs, and asked ourselves the question, is this affordable on our fixed government super with just a small amount of rainy day savings? In 2018, our Otago rates were about $450 a year. Our main source of income was the government superannuation pension. This was about $33,000 a year, $650 a week. Now, 7 years later, our Otago rates are $1,720. That's a 380% increase, and the super is $44,000, which is about a 25% increase by CPI. If anyone wants to start weeping, I'll pass around handkerchiefs. What has happened to cause this? Well, first of all, it's the cost of services increased. We understand that. But the rating system of the council uses to tie the provision of its services to the current market value of everyone's property. Hungry, wealthy overseas buyers, particularly where we live, with unlimited funds are spending out large. So let's briefly and broadly analyse this. Key to this, of course, is the government valuation of our property. And you'll think this is high, but we live in Queenstown. In 2019, when our house was built, the valuation was about 2,400,000. I said 700,000, it should be 400,000. Today, it's almost 5 million. The actual cost to us in 2019, that of the house and land, was about 2.2 million. Rates, both local and Otago Regional Council, as you're well aware, are rated by government valuation of each property. I struggle to see the correlation of services provided by council and the value placed by your valuers attributing to each individual property based on the resale value. Yes, it is convenient and simple way to manage it, I suppose. No doubt the people on council, yourselves, setting the rates each year consider that if a homeowner has an expensive property, by valuation they can afford to pay rates based on this. True for owners that have incomes that are bound to pay each year, but totally unacceptable for homeowners that live day by day on fixed incomes. The solution, can I suggest, and I'm sure you'll do this, I hope you'll do it, to have a committee meeting and maybe invite people like me to share this problem and talk about it. Let's have a go forward group. I'm unsure if the increase of your rating catchment numbers between 2019 when we built and today. So when we built in 2019 or finished in 2019, there was X number of ratepayers. Today in 2025, particularly around Queenstown, there is hundreds, thousands maybe, it would be thousands more. So you've got a boomtown growth for this region. I'd guess that your rating support has grown by 70%. With all this growth, I completely understand that infrastructure costs balloon, but so does the rating catchment base. So you've got far more people in the net. Residents could be forgiven for believing that this large rates catchment net growing weekly, that rates would go up slightly. But it seems rate increases are inevitable. They go up, they jump up. Then who should pay for them? Well, okay, property developers pay a council contribution fee on each section sold that is naturally passed over onto the purchaser. This fee will be based on the predicted future costs that accompany their purchase. So a developer has to put in a $50,000, $40,000 council amount to cover their council costs of these new people. So you've got water supply, schooling, roading, sewerage, disposal parks. Therefore, it's perfectly fair for every new home or landowner to shoulder this projected expense cost based on this in the council contribution levy, and it is inevitably included in their purchase price at the time of the purchase. So when you buy a section, you're paying more money for it because the developers had to pay all this money to the council. Therefore, these rates should be pegged to the new owner's purchase price, not some valuation that may or may not reflect market value property prices and is based on the demand for the property and not services provided. Certainly, it's if an existing infrastructure facility needs replacement, like water, or upgrading, then the council rates for existing owners is inevitable and acceptable to keep the council balance sheets funded. That is a given, but nothing to do with the valuation of each individual property. So what's it got to do with my property is now invested, says it's worth $5 million because someone down the road is building a $68 million house. It's crazy. But this is what you're billing us with based on the valuations. But if council expenditure reflects by upgrades and replacement of infrastructure, then that demands, because of the population growth, it shouldn't be the existing ratepayers that have to fund it. It should be the money by the council contribution that the subdividers have to pay in anticipation of this. Almost finished. Serious thought could be around the council table on rating fairness, and thoughtfully and well-researched fair councillors have the courage and political will to make changes that place rate burdens carried forward to be apportioned with consideration for valued residents at all levels. So you think through the way that you strike rates. Now that's major, I know. Last page, it's a devastating thought to property owners that rating policy has become, for many property owners, an ongoing financial affordability nightmare. It is indiscriminate in its application and is administered with little regard for the ability of affordability, particularly of people on fixed incomes. The way it is levied is in fact a tax on unrealised capital gain. Well, you can't sell your house to pay your jolly rates. You want to pay rates, that's fair, but not on the valuation of your house. So therefore, the only way you pay your rates is either sell the house and leave, or take out a bigger mortgage or get some money from the bank. So this submission is written to stimulate your thinking and changes to rating policy. I'd be happy to attend a hearing on this at council level and in depth suggest viable solutions for your consideration. Thank you for allowing me to make the submission. So basically, I'm just asking you to review why you take the capital value, the house just sold behind me for $9 million. What's that going to do? On it goes, and we get billed for that, as I understand it. If there's any thoughts around that, I'd be very happy to address them, and I'd be very happy to take this up. Have you got any questions?
Thank you.
Sorry for galloping through this so quickly.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. It's a great submission. It's one that not only your issue. Just wondering, this has happened in other environments, and in fact, Queensland Lakes many years ago had people living in old houses where the values just went up completely. What they did is they allowed people to keep an even rate payment, but there was a debt on the place to recoup that with interest when the house was sold. And in that way, I mean, you had 200% increase in the value of your property. So it'd be a small amount. Is that something that you would be interested in us being able to provide for your sort of situation?
Very, very, very good question, because I thought about this myself. Yeah, so I paid 2.2 million for the house. I sell it for 5 million. I've benefited from more beauty and good things that you guys do. There's no doubt about that. So I personally would be happy if there was a retrospective tax for, and I don't know how you do this, it's beyond me, for any homeowner that sells their house for way above the value that it's being rated at, to recompense the council, and then you're in a position to do it. Because if I got $6 million for my house, which probably would, then what's giving you guys another couple of $1,000s along the way? So, but when you're living in a house and you're getting $44,000 a year from the government, and you're getting boom, 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 and it's on top of, of course, the Queenstown rate, so it's up to about $12,000 or $11,500 now. It's quite a slice out of 44. And so you're forced, I've sent Jill out onto the streets to work to try and see if she can pick up some money, and she's not doing that well. But how basically, this is a major issue. And I just think that basing rates on the capital value of properties needs to be addressed, or at least discussed in depth. And a person like me, who is sharp end, be happy to do that.
Rating is always a blunt tool, and I don't want to debate that now. But the question is there an alternative way of having a lien over your property that's like a mortgage, which we recoup on sale? And therefore, it would have to be your interest.
Yeah.
But it would basically, you'd pay the rates, but over only on the sale.
Well, look, I understand it completely, and that could be done. I think that if we are seeing existing property owners, we've paid rates that have been accessible at the moment, but we don't know where they're going to go. And if there was an opportunity for people to pay a fixed rate over a period of time, and there's an adjustment at the end of that time when the property is sold, or if it's given away to a family, it's assessed then at the price it is worth then that would seem to be fair and equitable, and would keep people, many people, in a better financial position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malcolm?
Yeah, thanks for taking the time. So in your street, if you had a $2 million property and a $4 million property and a $6 million property, and you're all receiving the same services, you would anticipate that the rate demand would be the same.
Exactly.
So that's your aim.
That's true. And not just amongst the 2 million, so that obviously it isn't true that all because you happen to own an expensive house, you've got the money to pay it, because it just grows like a wart underneath you. And I have no question in my mind that you guys do a great job. So I'm not having a go at you. I'm just saying that you're right. That why is it that a person who's got a $1.5 million house in Hanley's Farm is paying the same rate, is paying a smaller rate than me, who got, say, a $5 million property, because we're all receiving the same services, and there should be equity there. Thank you.
Thank you. That's food for thought. If we wrap, one last question from Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. And you're happy for the same to apply to your $68 million house neighbour?
Well, of course, that is an incredibly, that chap will have paid a huge amount in, good point, a huge amount in capital, and what's it called, the contribution they've got to make when they buy the land. And yes, it is, in a way, that chap's very rich, he owns a huge company. We wouldn't even notice paying the amount, whether it be $20,000 a year or $2,000 a year. But there's obviously, there's situations which are a little unfair, because he could afford to do that. But he is actually a very good man, because he's paying for cycle trails, things around. He's giving to the Queenstown Council enormous amounts of help in other ways, and he's a good man. So, yeah, but I take your point.
Thank you.
Thank you
Food
very
for
much.
thought.
Thank you.
We've reached the end of our public forum. Moving on to confirmation of the agenda, that the agenda be confirmed as published. Have I a mover?
I don't think you need to, because there's no change.
Okay. Right. Turns out we're not needing to move or second that. Declarations of interest. You are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between your role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest you might have. And we now have, under presentations, the AIR team from Kiwi Room at Clyde School, who will present their findings of their studies of the Clyde Township.
Hi. We are the air quality experts from Kiwi class at Clyde School. This winter we've been finding out about air quality in our town
and how to keep the air clean in our classroom.
Hi, our names are Joffy
And Sophie.
This is a model of Clyde and Alexandra. You can see our homes in our school here. The hills around our towns form a basin shape. This can cause an inversion. What's an inversion? It's like a blanket over our towns. It's when cold air sinks and traps any smoke or air pollution near the ground. This happens mainly in winter, and it happens a lot in our basin. Between Clyde and Alexandra, there flows a river that can also make the inversion thicker and harder for it to blow away. Sometimes the inversion can last even for a whole day. Sophie, do you know what happens when people light their fires and there's an inversion?
The smoke gets trapped, and that's why sometimes when you're in Clyde or Alexandra in the winter time and there's an inversion, you can smell smoke. We are going to show you how this happens.
The inversion means we have to be extra careful about what we put in our air.
Hi, my name is Stanley. I'm going to talk about what's in our air. When we burn wood, it puts smoke in the air. But what is smoke? Smoke is made out of thousands of microscopic particles that float around in the air that can be breathed in. Different types of particles will make it different lengths into your lungs. Particles bigger than 10 microns will get stuck in the cilia that lines the outside of your trachea or windpipe. Cilia are tiny hairs that will catch the bigger pieces of particulate matter and push them back up into the saliva that is then swallowed. All of this happens without us knowing. Smaller particles, like PM2.5s, will get deeper into the lungs and into the bloodstream. Then the PMs will get into different parts of your body. If we stay inside, are we protected from smoke? To answer this, I'd like to introduce Dr. Ian Longley.
Great, thanks very much, Stanley. I'll briefly introduce myself. My name is Dr. Ian Longley. I'm an air quality scientist. I led the air quality research team at NIWA for a good 12 years. I'm now in the private sector. I run my own company called the Air Quality Collective. And I've been working with these guys, but before I worked with these guys, I spent 5 or 6 years doing research on air quality around Otago towns, and particularly in homes. So I've researched and measured air quality in over 100 homes in Cromwell, Arrowtown, Alexandra, and Milton. And if we can share the screen again. What I've generally found is wherever we've been able to measure particles in the air outside the home, we have always measured particles inside the home as well. In other words, that smoke outside always finds a way in, and it doesn't matter how well built or well sealed the home is, there's always a way that the smoke gets in. There's a little bit of reduction from that outdoor smoke, but then most of us top it up with indoor smoke. Now, as Alex mentioned before, that can come from leakage from home heating, it can come from burning the toast, it can come from tobacco smoking, it can come from vaping and so on. But we generally find that air pollution inside these homes is as bad, if not slightly worse, as what we measure outside. One of the other issues that brought me to work with these guys was trying to find out what can individuals do about this. One of the things that they can do is they can use air filtration devices, and the kids will show you one in a moment. But when we use an air filtration device, we get results like this. We get significantly lower levels of particles. So it is a very effective technology, but it's also the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, because obviously the true solution is to prevent that smoke being there in the first place. But Stanley, I'd like to ask you what else you've discovered about what can be in the air.
Carbon dioxide, or CO2, which is made of 2 oxygen atoms and 1 carbon atom. CO2 is in our breath. Too much CO2 makes us feel sleepy, which isn't very good if we're trying to learn. So if there's no smoke, are we okay? Not necessarily. There can also be viruses in the air. Viruses are a form of particulate matter that can be in our breath.
Hi, I am Bo. We wanted to know what people in Clyde thought about air quality, so we did a survey. We asked 108 people the same question. The first question was, where did most of the people live? Most of the people that did the survey lived in the Clyde-Alexandra area, although there were some people from Cromwell, Omacrow and Chatto Creek. And were there adults or children? There were both adults and children in the survey, but there were 27% more children doing the survey. What sort of problems did people report most? Coughs, 56.7%. Annoyance, 45.2%. Runny or irritated eyes, 41.3%. Do people see or smell smoke in Clyde? The feedback from the survey showed that about 2/3 of the responses said that they saw smoke in Clyde. How many people's health is affected by smoke in the air? Over 65% of people thought that yes, smoke can cause health problems. 21.6 people thought that smoke could cause problems for some, but not others. Well, 11.8% of people weren't sure. What did people think about the banning of coal and burning? 43 people supported banning coal, 40 people were not sure, and 18 people did not support banning coal. These are the main questions we have, others as well. If you want a copy of our results, we'll be happy to give you a copy.
Hi, our names are Sophia
and Cora,
and we are the last two air quality experts. We wanted to know if there is anything we can do to make the air cleaner.
We can't make the inversion go away, and it's not up to us to stop burning wood, but maybe we can clean the air in our classroom.
Dr. Ian Longley told us we should try some ideas and use an air quality monitor like one that Cora has here to find out what works. How do you use that, Cora?
This monitor shows you the CO2 and all the particles that are floating around in the air. This is the CO2, it's at 10,086. The PM10s are 0, and the PM2.5s are 0. The difference between the PM10s and the PM2.5s is that the PM2.5s are smaller than the PM10s. What happens when the CO2 is over 800 ppms?
When the CO2 is over 800 ppm, it means that the air is getting stale with old breath that might contain viruses. You need to ventilate. What does ventilate mean?
It means opening a window, a door, or even a window and a door to make the air less stuffy.
But doesn't that make it cold?
Yes, but we can put the heater on, or when you go somewhere you can leave the doors open.
But if the windows and doors are open, won't smoke get in?
Yes, but it's easy to get rid of. You can use an air filter like this one. You can turn them on like this. What this is doing right now is it's taking all the stale air and bringing it into this, and it's giving out fresh air. It can get quite loud, and that means that it's working.
So how can we keep the smoke out, keep our classroom warm, but stop it getting stuffy?
It's easy. Turn on the air filter, turn on the heater, and open a window just a little.
How do you know that?
I know this because Dr. Longley kindly gave us a dashboard which showed us everything we need to know. We use the dashboard to do lots of experiments to find out the best way to keep our air clean.
How well did we do, Dr. Longley?
Great, thanks guys. Back in April, I first turned up at Clyde School, and we talked a little bit about carbon dioxide and virus and smoke. And I gave them a challenge, and the challenge was to keep the air quality in their classroom clean. And I told them this challenge would get harder as we went into winter, because if they were going to ventilate and open windows, it was going to get cold, and also smoke would get in. So I didn't tell them what the solution was. I didn't tell them what to do. What I did is I gave them the ability to evaluate what they do. In other words, a set of air quality monitors and a dashboard that just gave them a nice green light if everything was going well, and a red light if it wasn't. And I told them just to experiment. And they did experiment, and over a few weeks they found that they were getting good air quality, but the classroom was getting cold. So they were over-ventilating. But the dashboard told them that, so they adjusted their strategy. Now, if we can share the slides one more time. This is a graph where I have given them a score. We've calculated a score. To get a very high score, it needs to be warm and clean air. If you get a low score, it means it's cold or it's stale. And the blue dots are Kiwi class, which we scored them every week, and I told them their score. And the orange dots are the neighbouring class, which we were also monitoring, but we didn't tell them. So they were blind to the experiment. And as you can see in the neighbouring class, the orange dots, as winter progressed, it got harder and harder to ventilate the classroom and keep it clean, whereas these guys actually got better and better, and they got their best scores in the midwinter when it was most challenging. So these guys have really learnt for themselves how to control air quality in their classroom, and that's why they are the air quality experts, and that's why they are now sharing their learning with their community, with their friends and whānau, and with you guys. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to hand it back to you guys to finish off.
We had a great time on this project and learned a lot. We hope you have learned something too. Most of all, we've learned that everyone can do something to keep our air clean and healthy.
If you'd like to ask us any questions, we'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you for listening. We hope you enjoyed our presentation.
Questions, councillors?
My name's Michael. I think that's a great model. How long did that take you to make?
Month or...
A month?
Yeah, maybe a month and a half.
You've done a fantastic job. And the second thing is, apart from not burning coal, did you think of any other solutions that you might have to improve the air quality in Clyde?
You could stop burning wet wood because it gives off more smoke.
But you don't want to stop people staying warm and burning, having home burners though? No. Very sensible.
Councillor Horia.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very good. Well done. This is probably a question more for Dr. Ian than yourselves, but these monitoring tools, how accessible are they, and what's the sort of the cost of those sort of things?
Thank you. Yes, the cost of and reliability of air quality monitoring has come down an awful lot. COVID particularly stimulated huge demand for devices like this and like the air cleaner, so there's been a lot of investment internationally. This device I'm holding in my hand is about $200. This air filtration device here is about $500. There are $100 versions of these available with slightly less reliability. So availability is very high. One of the reasons behind this particular project is we found was really needed was just a framework or a platform to allow people to use them effectively. It's all very well looking at a number. The real key is knowing what to do, how to act on that number. But also, it's a means, it's a platform for people to discuss the issues. Once it's revealed, it's measured, there's something to talk about.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher. Councillor Laws, could you turn off your...
Thanks, guys. That was awesome. I was interested in your comment around the wet wood. Did you do some work towards some study understanding the impact of dry wood and wet wood? Did you do some tests comparing the two?
When you burn wet wood, it releases more smoke particulates, so it's better to burn dry wood. So it's good to put your wood in a place where it won't get wet.
Yeah, that's really wise advice. Thanks. Great job.
I'm sure we would all like to see your presentation. I think one of you offered to send through what you did earlier. I'm sure we would all like to see that. Have you got any plans for sharing what you've learnt and how you showed your classroom could be made better with other schools, other children, other people in general? It seems it's a lot of trouble you've been to, and it would be really useful for other children and other schools, I would think.
You could donate ear cleaners to schools in the area.
Would that be like a joint arrangement where you would promise to be sharing your information and how you go about doing things, and somebody else would be funding the things that would help other schools achieve those sorts of things?
We had a science expedition and we showed all of our work and all of our parents came and like the whole school got to come and see. So we shared a bunch of our knowledge then.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Gillespie.
Thanks, team. Having worked in Clyde for many years, you're 100% correct about what happens in winter when you're down there. Have you got any plans for next winter about what you might do as the next stage of your work? Have you thought about that?
We don't think so.
Thank you. We look forward to being sent the information we've got today. Lots to digest and a lot of work you've done. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll have a 10-minute adjournment while we regroup. Moved Councillor Noon, seconded Alan, that we have an adjournment till 11:10. All those in favour? No. On the contrary, carried. Right, call a meeting to order. We are at confirmation of minutes stage, number 7 item on our agenda, and I think Councillor Gillespie would like to move a motion. I think it's matter 6.1.
Yes.
Could I read it out for you, Councillor Gillespie? But it says appoints an audit and risk committee with membership as recommended in the report to be added, and with the addition of Councillor Robertson as a member. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gardner. All those in favour? Aye. On the contrary? Carried. Moving on to number 8, the action register. Are there any comments from anybody about that? That's a small one because we're early on. No comments? Moving on to the Chief Executive's report.
Thanks, Hilary. So for returning councillors, reasonably familiar format. For new councillors, this is just an opportunity for me to provide an update on either key projects or regular reporting on financial levels of service. You'll note in the report I haven't included financials to the end of October or levels of service because at our next council meeting you're reviewing the Q1 results. So I don't want to get those out of sync from next year. When we get into the regular council meeting cycle, those will be included, so you've got monthly oversight of those. Annual plans, a key thing for the council, and therefore we'll provide some updates on that. We are kicking that off with workshop next week and some more information coming for you shortly. Customer experience continues to be busy, significant numbers of inquiries received by the team. Again, often rates inquiries, transport inquiries continue to be the most frequent. Focus on induction post-election and as would be expected at this time of year, and just a note there too around the weather event and recognising that there was impacts in different areas of right around our region, and a number of staff involved in that response, and that continues for our engineering team who are still out assessing and taking action in waterways as required. So that was of note in this period. The thing that is obviously not in there due to timing is the announcements from the government on local government reform consultation yesterday. We will prepare a paper for council for the December meeting which summarises that and the time frame and seek some guidance on how you as a table would like to engage with that consultation process. So that paper will be on your next agenda.
Right, would somebody like to move that we note this
Can
report?
I ask a question?
Oh, certainly. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, in relation to paragraph 14, which talks about the engineering staff actively undertaking surveys and looking at work for the trees that might require removal from rivers because of the October weather event, could I just have some clarity whether there are any issues with consents to do that, and or is this something that we can do under existing consents or weather-related damage, because it's not a flood? And the other one is the messaging of how that work is rolling out given the quantum of work, I imagine there aren't enough people able to do the work as quickly as some people would think. And I've had a discussion with a resident in an area affected today, and he was just asking what the timeframes were. So just checking in about consents and checking in how we're messaging about the timeframes for the clearance work.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. So consenting wise, we're okay. We either hold existing consents or can undertake cleanups post-event to ensure infrastructure continues to function as designed. In terms of timing, as with any event, we have a long list of inquiries from landowners or things that our staff will just note in their own reviews of schemes and infrastructure that then go onto the list. Certainly we try our best to communicate regularly with those landowners or those people that have raised jobs and keep them up to speed. You're right, we can only get work done at certain speeds, and the team will do their best to make sure that's as efficient as possible. Best thing is to refer them back through to the engineering team if they are if it sounds like they haven't received that update, so that the team can talk to them direct and sort of tell them where the work plan's at.
That's great. That's exactly what I've done. Thank you.
Any further questions? Moved Councillor Malcolm, seconded Councillor Hillier. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Chairperson's report. I'm not going to read this out to you because you have the paper in front of you. I'm sure you can read. I will just highlight that we have, it's a new traineum. Who knows where the future will lie for us in particular. So it's already sort of out of date. Anything we talk about it as happened in a few short weeks here. The comments on that include, in that paper, include comments about the Dunstan ward, comments about a new governance structure, regional and national engagement. This is effectively a report to fellow councillors and the public, anyone who's interested in what has been happening from the chair during this time. Has anyone got any questions about what's in that report? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Lots happening obviously very quickly. Thank you, Hilary. Just the triennial agreement and the mayoral forum. And I appreciate there are timeframes for this, and you've got a meeting on the 5th of December. Just checking in the input and the outcomes that we'd like to see from that triennial agreement. I've been frustrated for years, not only on the ORC but in the Dunedin City Council, what the input and output are for those meetings, and when we could be partnering with government in a much better way to be quite directed about the partnerships we need and what help we need in the region from the government. Often with infrastructure, for example, you can't make a grant, a community can't make an application unless it's supported by regional comments on the regional economic development website or whatever it's called. So just on that basis, what input will we as councillors have into that discussion as you prepare and the triennial agreement?
Thank you, Kate. It's a good reminder that we have a lot of places where we interact with other people and a lot of input that we're asked to do and a lot of input that we'd like to do. And I think the best way of dealing with that query is to tell you, Kate, and other councillors that I will talk about that with our CE and get back to you about where the best ways of us putting whatever input we want in with the myriad of committees and things, whether we can have any rational response to which committees we say what things to and where we want to have our tuppence worth.
Thank you.
Remind me again if I don't get back to you about that. Councillor Laws.
A couple of questions. So I was just passing on from the Chief Executive to you, so it's got lost in between, I think, so I'm just going to try and clarify it. The idea is, as a result of the announcement yesterday, is it that the staff are preparing a paper that will come to the council meeting on, is it Tuesday the 9th or Wednesday the 10th? Tuesday the 9th, isn't it? Tuesday the 9th. Okay. Will there be any governance input, I'm asking, into that paper?
So the paper will only be a summary, so a factual summary and an option for the council to give us guidance on how you want to submit. So I don't anticipate council input into the paper because it's only going to be an opportunity for you to discuss the matter and give staff guidance on how you want to engage, if and how you want to engage in the submission process.
So we're only talking about the submission process, not about what the practical implications are going to be as a consequence of the announcement?
So the paper will enable you to have all of those conversations around the table, but we don't anticipate providing any staff advice through that paper at this time.
Okay. And then obviously the other one's got stuck in the middle, probably is yours actually, Richard, so my apologies. Should have asked this one earlier. Is where are we with the council buses issue then to do with Queenstown? We discussed that last time. So it's an operational matter. Where is the Otago Regional Council in terms of...
Yep. So we met with Dunstan councillors, including yourself, and have provided an outline of key data that we'd committed to. And as I understand, you were in touch with the MP, Joseph Mooney, to arrange a catch up with ministers in terms of staff involvement. We continue to have conversations with Ministry of Education officials to discuss an implementation plan which we still feel has not been properly developed to address the issues that would come from ceasing Ministry of Education buses.
I don't think you predicated that with saying this is the Ministry of Education stopping the buses issue.
Yeah.
No, what I was trying to work out is what further negotiations since that have happened between ORC staff and ministry staff.
So there's been no further detailed discussions. There's been some data provided, and then continued assessment of impacts. The discussion that I've had with senior ministry staff is that we are still not confident that there is any acceptable implementation plan. So that still needs to be discussed.
Matt, do you want to introduce that issue that you raised before now?
Yes, certainly. I've reached out to my network as well, so happy to work with Anita or yourself in terms of what detail might be needed through that. But Michael and I we'll discuss today, I think, what form and format we could try and bring to at a higher level in the political decision-making process. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Look, and staff are here to support whatever structure or format you wish to undertake that engagement at that political level.
I guess what I'm searching for is have you received, and it seems to be the answer is no, have you received any additional information from the ministry as to when they would intend, should they be pursuing this matter, to implement their policy and by transferring the school children onto our buses? My understanding, you can tell me if I'm wrong, I hope I am, is that they're deferring an issue until at least a decision until term 2 of the next school year. And I just wondered if you'd heard that.
I can't confirm that. I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
For those who might be listening and a bit confused about what this conversation is about, the ministry indicated that they would stop providing school buses for some of the school bus routes around Queenstown, and there's been discussions between Matt and Michael and Richard and Joseph Mooney about what that might mean for us and what the problems would be if we are expected to just pick up the routes that they think they'll remove themselves out of, and what plans have they, do parents know, what information do we have, those sorts of things. And so that's the discussion that's happening in the background, and that's discussion this morning has been about where we've got to with pursuing that. Any further questions?
Could I ask
Just
one
to
other?
clear too, we're on the chair's paper, and my paper's done, and we've got a big agenda. So I think Happy obviously took Michael's question, confusion over papers. If we can, from a process point of view, refer back to the chair's paper, see if there's any further questions on that, and then move forward.
So no further questions then? And somebody would like to second? Councillor Noon seconded. This is noting my report. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We're now dealing with matter 10.1, which is to consider and adopt the terms of reference for the ORC's council governance structure for the 2025-2028 triennium, and I will put you in Amanda's hands to go through this paper.
Morning, thank you. So as the background to the paper notes, this paper has developed the terms of, or the portfolio structure model that was adopted on the 5th of November by Council. We've then worked with the Chair and Deputy Chair and councillors to fill out the expectations of how the portfolio leads would operate, and also the terms of reference under the specific portfolio areas. And also there's a series of joint committees, appointments, working groups and external group appointments also contained in this paper. I think, is it helpful if I just talk through a couple of administrative edits that have come up since this paper was circulated? So we've got a couple of small things. The NZTA representative on the Regional Transport Committee has been changed to James Cagle, so we will make that edit. Councillor Wilson's pointed out that on page 68, paragraph 11, it says Southland, and no, it says Otago, but it should say Southland. So we'll make those administrative edits and also take further feedback from the table discussion today as needed.
I think there was also a clarification you were going to put in there about delegations and submissions. Were you, or were we?
Yes, so my understanding is that, subject to discussion today, there is a request to clarify that the portfolio leads policy and planning and the submissions working group does not have delegations to approve submissions, that the chair and deputy chair or council would approve submissions before they were submitted. So if that's accepted, we'll make that edit as well to make that really clear.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Looking in the detail around the transport portfolio, I note in there's no reference to active transport. And I guess I'm asking, would it be possible to include that as perhaps a minor edit if that was allowed for the people, the staff, chief executive, to undertake minor edits? Because I believe it is important to specifically include reference to active transport under the transport planning section. That can be done. Thank you very much. Look, I also noted, having looked at the committee structure terms of reference for the previous triennium, and I think a previous draft that we've received of this year, that there are a number of the organisations at the end where it's under will both council establish working groups and appointments as representatives of council to other organisations. Another few things that have dropped off the list. Now, there's probably a very good explanation, but it might be just good to hear what those are. And it could be that maybe they no longer have councillor representation on it. And those are, the 4 things I've noted are Connecting Dunedin, Way to Go, Whakatipu, the Dunedin Hospital Liaison Group and the Tertiary Precinct Liaison Group.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. So my understanding is those groups, the 2 transport groups did not meet last traineum, and the same for the tertiary precinct planning and the hospital liaison group. There was the appointments for those groups were not asked to attend and contribute, so we did not propose putting nominations up for them this traineum. But should a need arise or should a meeting be called, we would come to councillors and seek attendees for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Further to that, Alan, I think my take on those, other than needing to confirm what the intent with those groups are, if anything, the current group purpose and description, other matters relevant to the Dunedin Transport Portfolio or other matters relevant to the Queenstown Transport Portfolio, gives scope for the people nominated to be involved in those initial conversations, and if we felt it needed a formal council appointment, we could do that through a paper, or it might just be decided that through the portfolio and existing nominations through this paper, we can manage any of those groups if they're stood up again.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes. Just clarification.
Kate, then Gretchen.
On the Otago Regional Transport Committee, paragraph 11, there is a delegation to make submissions, and just confirming that that is what is expected, since it isn't to the portfolio leads for council, but the Otago Regional Transport Committee is a sort of different beast and needs to be able to make submissions on its behalf because it represents the territorial authorities as well. And just checking that that's the understanding of the table.
So from a staff perspective, yes, that would be my understanding, because the Regional Transport Committee terms of reference are set out by the Land Transport Management Act. So that's a delegation through that piece of legislation.
Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Excuse me. Was just wondering whether or not it might be worth thinking about membership on a couple of groups, and whether or not these particular councillors had the interest or the time to be involved. I was thinking of Councillor Hollier in terms of him joining the Deep Lakes group. I think his what he could bring to that would be useful, and also whether or not, as well as yourself, Chair, both of the portfolio leads, Councillors Somerville and Hollier, might want to consider being on both transport working groups, both Dunedin and Queenstown. Just experience of last triennium, it was really important to have both of those leads over the issues, I suppose, in those really crucial areas for public transport in Otago. It brings a lot to their role, understanding from the TA's transport issues and public transport and active transport actually issues in both of those areas. And the other one would be just in light, I suppose, as well of announcements recently and what we're facing in local government across the country, just whether or not actually you would consider, Chair, representing us nationally on the regional sector group. I think that's really important. I don't think it eliminates the ability for the Deputy Chair to attend as well, or to attend on behalf sometimes, but I think it's really crucial that we have Otago's voice, I suppose, and it's through our leader, which is the usual way of doing it at regional sector as well. We've got some really important discussions to have, and yeah, I think that you have some skills that are actually quite unique that need to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. If we hear from, to answer your first queries, if we hear from the two transport leads, are you happy with where Gretchen's?
Yeah, I think
suggesting
that's a good idea, thank you.
You're fine with me.
Right, there was 3 questions, weren't
So,
yeah, Deep Lakes.
So just for context, in the last term, we did have Michael, Gretchen and Alexa on that group. So for consistency, adding a third member back in would be consistent with what we had last term.
Yeah, fine with me.
Right, you're happy about
Yes, thank you.
that?
Yep.
No one else has got a comment to suggest that those people shouldn't rearrange themselves onto those ones? We're adding Matt to the Deep Lakes and Matt to the Dunedin transport thing and Alan to the Queenstown transport one. Is that where we are? As regards myself being on instead of Kevin, I'm wondering whether are we able to have a delegate? Does anyone know? Somebody or can we have either or of us? Is what I'm just wondering.
So look, the membership of the regional sector group of Local Government New Zealand is it is flexible. It is largely the chairs of regional or the mayors of unitaries. However, there are councils who are sending delegates this term, and that was talked about at a recent chief executives meeting. So the proposal in the paper is not inconsistent with what was discussed, and it is possible. There's no issues from LGNZ raised in that sense. Really, it's up for the table to determine appropriateness given yesterday's comments, which I think is what Gretchen's raising. But from a process point of view, there's no issue.
Thank you. I'm wondering then whether we have under there, I'm happy to have Kevin still there, but with it able to be delegated to me instead of Kevin, and that Kevin and I would discuss that, and if it looks like the sort of thing that I really need to be there, I would go instead. Have you any comments about that, Kevin? We went on a Zoom meeting this morning and we just both went on. And I was officially there, and we told them that Kevin was there, and Kevin was the one who did actually the speaking when it came to it, so. Yes, but yeah. Any further questions? Councillor Gillespie.
In Amanda's summary of the report, you mentioned the issue about delegations for portfolio leads, and I guess that also probably extends to working groups, and how that there will be no delegations, no delegations are proposed, and that submissions will be signed off by the chair or deputy chair. I guess the question from me is saying, well, in the event that the chair and the deputy don't agree with the portfolio leads, where do we go from there? It seems that we have a potential.
Council can, if it's something that can wait for council, then council can overrule.
Yeah,
I think,
but the worry for me is that too often we don't have time for that, which puts us in an awkward situation, both from a portfolio working group level and for the mayor and the chair and the deputy to make a call.
Well, my suggestion is that I'm in charge. And Kevin. At the end of the day.
Yes, but I don't. What concerns me is the ability for a power of veto, which I don't think fits right with how this council should operate.
Can I ask a question? Can I clarify what this discussion is about, please? Does that mean that when the portfolio leads set an agenda, so they set the agenda item along with staff, that you are thinking that the chairman or the deputy chief executive, chairman would intervene and stop them bringing that agenda item. Is that what you're talking about?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm solely talking about if the submission is to be made from the council in relation to something like fast track legislation or whatever else the government comes up with in a short space of time, the sign off for that.
Oh, that comes from the chair and the chief executive, the deputy chair.
Well, I don't see that anywhere in these delegations. That's what asked me the question, is saying that's what's going to happen. And I'm asking and saying, well, I'm interested to see how it's going to be provided for, and then how we deal with the issue when there might be, dare I say, an impasse or a disagreement about the point.
Can I assist? In the last council, as Gretchen will affirm, when that happened, Gretchen and the deputy chair, his name, Lloyd McCall, that's right, they would get together and form a submission, but it was usually shared with us, with all of the councillors prior to that, Neil. And then that, any input we could put into that, it was usually done by email or by Zoom, and off it went. So that worked fairly effectively. I don't think we ever disagreed on anything, did we, Gretchen? No. So, and that would seem to work a pretty effective strategy again, that the chair and the deputy led it, whatever the submission might be on a particular issue, it would go out be circulated around council staff, given 24 hours or whatever it is, and then, off it would go, Neil.
So I'm happy for that, because that's what I think it needs, but it needs to be incorporated into the delegation, so it's quite clear that's the process. That's all I'm looking for, is the process.
Yes, I think, I'll come back to you in a minute. This sort of I had thought that there wasn't a delegation because we had generally intended the portfolios not to have delegation, and it had 3 different areas that they weren't delegated in, and the submission process was not clarified as to whether it applied to that as well. How it arose, and just as a reminder that it wasn't clear, was that we had to organise urgently a submission on the fast track delegation. When I said we had to, we don't have to, we don't need to go and bark at every bus that goes past, but we had decided to make a submission, and there was discussion between various, I don't know who all it went to, but in particular between Neil and Kate and I about what the submission would say, and I was uncomfortable. I think Kevin might have been halfway indisposed at that point. I was uncomfortable about sending a submission scolding the government about what it was doing, and that's what it looked like to me in my eyes. And we went backwards and forwards a little bit between Neil and Kate and I, Kate suggesting a moderated version and me supporting Kate's moderation sort of a bit. And at the end of the day, what came out of us was something that still looked to me scolding. And I thought we need to clarify whether we are intending to delegate the power to communicate with government in a particular fashion out of council hands into the portfolio leads. So that's sort of the background of where it came from, and it's very appropriate for Neil to raise it and say, well, how do we do this process? And I'm more than happy to put in there a process that, rather than just say comes to Kevin and me, that it says that we will then circulate round all councillors that will act.
Can I suggest, is that all right, Neil? Just in terms of a way forward. So I agree with Michael's reflection on last triennium is right. The process worked well last triennium from a staff perspective. What we've got at the moment too is submission periods that are incredibly tight, and we are meeting as a council once a month I would suggest to ensure that we can maintain some flexibility and the ability to respond, but still ensure that we don't end up in a situation where our 4 submission working group members, as currently in the paper, and our staff do a whole lot of work only at the last minute for it effectively to be shut down. I don't think that's an efficient process. I would add the chair and deputy chair to the submissions working group and very quickly identify if there is a matter that needs to go to full council, or there is enough consensus within that submissions working group to carry on with the process and get the submission out the door. And that would ensure that we can continue to be flexible and respond to central government. So that would be a suggestion from me.
Could I just endorse that comment from the CE in that we also have the ability to call an extraordinary council meeting should we deem it to be something that has to happen in a short space of time. So if we had made that addition, and then at any time we can call an extraordinary council meeting if something needs the attention of the full council.
And not every, as it was last year too, not every submission working group member needs to engage on every submission, but by having that number there, we will always make sure we get good engagement.
And if we go forward with that, which I don't disagree, I think that makes sense of putting a framework in place, there might need to be some changes then to where it says to receive draft submissions, provide input of ahead of submissions going to council for approval. That's where the process might need to go in there to flesh that out about how it will happen. If the 6 are happy, it's probably tick, move on. If there's difference of views, then circulate it in line with what Michael explained happened last term. That makes good sense to me.
So do we need to just add Kevin and I into that? Will that do it, or do we need more around that, Amanda?
I think we can add the chair and deputy chair to the submissions working group and just tidy up the process so that that's clear, and also just tidy up the language to make sure that there's no implied delegations, so that people aren't, this is just we've got clarity. So we can work on that with the direction. I've got enough direction from the table to work on that.
Just as long as it says that it doesn't say it's got to go to council for approval, because that then defeats the purpose. So whether it's a delegation implied or given or whatever, that makes good sense.
Right. Did you, Kate, have another question?
What I want to be really clear is of the 6, if 5 agree, does it, and you may say, no, as chair, I'm not happy, but Kevin's happy. Does Kevin then sign it as deputy chair, or do you sign it and suck it up to a certain extent, or do you still think you have the power of veto? Because that's what we have to clarify.
I'm happy that if 5 out of 6 of you, particularly because that would include Kevin, are in one direction and I just happen to be an outlier outside somewhere, that I can just suck it up. Any other questions? Could we just slightly change that motion so when it says at the top with or without amendments to just say with the technical amendments discussed, or as amended? As moved, Councillor Laws, seconded Councillor Malcolm. All those in favour? And against? Carried. Moving on to the navigation safety bylaw, and this is a paper looking to seek approval to commence the process for reviewing the Otago Navigation Safety Bylaw 2020 under the Local Government Act 2002 and the Maritime Transport Act 1994. we do need to review these from time to time, and now's the time that we need to review this one. And we'll pass you over to Steve Rushbrook.
Madam Chair, can I just jump in as the portfolio lead, environmental delivery and Harbour Master function as part of that responsibility. So can I just do, you've done half the intro for me, so that's great. But anyway, obviously ORC have a regulatory function requirement under the Act that our Chair's just alluded to, the Maritime Transport Act 1994, and that function is the Harbour Master role. In terms of the area of responsibility, the Harbour Master, I'm talking the physical responsibility, covers off Central Otago District, Clutha, Waitaki, and also Dunedin City, and also extends out to that 12 nautical mile limit offshore. We don't cover the Queenstown Lakes District, as it has its own Harbour Master function under the Queenstown Lakes District Council. As part of carrying out the function, ORC has this bylaw in place to manage navigational safety on Otago's waterways. The bylaw enables maritime safety to be regulated for vessels and their activities that they carry out in the region, and the Local Government Act requires the bylaw to be reviewed every 5 years, or after when it was first made, plus there is a 2-year grace period, meaning that the 3rd of April 2026 is the drop dead date, so to speak. If a review isn't triggered by that date, essentially the bylaw will be revoked. The paper recommends a formal review process is triggered, as the bylaw provides the best mechanism to address navigational safety. The recommendations are outlined there, 1, 2 and 3. The first one is noting the report. The second one determines that a bylaw is the most appropriate way of addressing navigational safety in Otago. And the third one is to approve the commencement of the process. And just noting under next steps, if these recommendations are passed today, essentially staff will bring back a report at our December council meeting on the current bylaw provisions and what needs to potentially be updated, and that's subject to discussions with the Maritime New Zealand and the Harbour Masters from other regional councils. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's a wonderful example of how the portfolio system works.
Steve may have any additional comments, but
might I just suggest, and that was fabulous, Andrew, might I suggest that as we move forward, we have the portfolio leads when we have something in their area, moving to shift up with whoever that is. You do that right now. And there may be questions for you. Because that puts the framing around the presentation of the report. Thank you. Were you wanting to pass this over in the meantime to Steve?
just checking with Steve, have you got anything to add?
I've nothing to add after that. No, it's pretty well covered. So no, we're just obviously seeking approval to go ahead at this stage, and the plan will be to come back with the detailed draft and amendments on the 9th of December. Yeah, happy to take any questions.
The only thing I'd like to add is Joe Gilroy, the General Manager in terms of responsibility in this particular space, is online.
Questions, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Look, just in relation to paragraph 5, you talk about and it's the scope of the matters that could be covered in the bylaw. Now, there's two things that I'm interested in, and I think the first is our scope, but I'm going to check. You talk about it in relation to safety. That, I presume, is safety of people rather than place or environment. And
yes,
the reason I'm asking this is, yeah, so we can't do anything that may look at Didymo getting into waterways as a bylaw issue, or the spread of leprosy or anything like that.
No, this is purely boating safety and people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And now, I raised the question when you last appeared before us in relation to a slide you had which talked about alcohol, and I'm interested, can alcohol consumption be covered in this?
It potentially could do, but it would need to be led by the governing body here, Maritime New Zealand. So as a group of National Harbour Masters, we've been pushing on that door for quite some time and continue to do so. It's a real difficult one to lead on through our own bylaws, just because there's no precedent set other than in the commercial side of prosecutions for drink driving, so to speak. So as much as we'd like to have the tools in the bylaws to be able to deal with alcohol consumption. The national rule and governing body have not led the way on that, so it's really difficult. I wouldn't say it's not doable, but it's a difficult one to sort of push over the hill. Would be nice if we could.
Someone always has to take the lead on this, and I remember sitting at a meeting once and being told you couldn't do bylaws for cats in local and territorial authorities, and many have now done that, regardless of that advice. I'm just wondering whether it is a timeliness that we start the ball rolling and consider that, and it's, it's probably a discussion for the 9th of December, but I'd be really interested in understanding better and in more detail in the 9th of December why you can't do something in a car on a road, but you can do it on a boat. And it just seems, given the risks, it just seems madness. Thank you.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Joe.
Yeah, I was just confirming that that would be a matter that could be covered in the next paper coming on the 9th of December, because that relates to potential changes. So this is about should we review or not, and that next paper will cover potential changes. So we'll look to include a reference to that in that next paper.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just Steve, or Joe, just going over paragraph 14, page 88, which is the proposed timeline. So we take our existing bylaw, we send it up to Maritime New Zealand, the bylaw working group, and they process that and send us a draft back for consideration on the 9th of December. So that's all achievable.
We've preempted that process already in that the draft, as we think, is already with Maritime New Zealand and the National Harbour Masters Group,
Okay,
and I'm
right.
hopeful that that is achievable by the 9th. Maritime New Zealand have a 3-week turnaround. Went a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
I already got feedback from the National Harbour Masters Group, so I think we're in a good place to be able to achieve that, yes.
Excellent. So, and that brings me to the next part, was that we will then be consulting over the Christmas and summer period, and is that deemed to be the best time to actually engage with?
We're probably going to look to the middle or the back end of January before we open up for public consultation.
Yeah.
Obviously, lots of people are on holiday and away and stuff, so it gives people an opportunity. We have a requirement for a minimum of 4 weeks. We could open that a little bit longer if we wanted to, but it will still bring us into, a hearing panel and a decision-making process before around the April time when we need to be. So I think it's all achievable. Probably back end of January through February is probably a better time, which is what we're thinking about targeting.
So again, that's probably the most likely time for people to be involved in their leisure craft and their boats anyway. So it will be front of mind when that happens.
Indeed. There'll be a comms plan put together for the next paper as well, which we've already pre-drafted. So, there's plenty of communication going out across that's happening.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Gillespie, then Councillor Byers.
Thank you. If my memory is correct, Queenstown Lakes have their own bylaw from a delegation that we've given. Does the bylaw that this council pulls together for the rest of the patch reference or include anything out of that bylaw, or does it actually, can it direct that other bylaw as
Yes.
well, inform, whatever?
So when we developed the 2019 version and amended in 2020, we were very conscious of the fact that we've got neighbours, and we tried to sort of get a common theme across a lot of the topics with ECAN and Southland and Queenstown. Queenstown actually bounced a little bit more off of ours to get consistency across our waterways in their last review last year, and we'll review that in the process as well to make sure we're as aligned as we can be. Minded, we've gone from 3 sets of navigational bylaws to 2. If we ever get to one, that'll be a dream, but you know, we'll see how we go. So yeah, we're trying to be consistent.
There's a process with it, isn't it? It's not hard.
For clarity, they operate totally independent. Yeah.
I understand they operate independently. What I'd hate to ever see happen is that I boat here on Dunstan, I go to Hawera and Wanaka, and it's different.
Yeah,
Same sort of thing.
We communicate their stuff across our platforms and vice versa. And there's a good open working relationship with that team as well.
Since this was introduced in 2020, how often would you say it's referenced or used? Is it like a once a week thing, an enforcement or an abatement or something, or
Yeah, but they're
once
backed
a
up
month
with,
or daily, or?
I'd say at least once, twice a week, you know, in conversations with local community, you know, people wanting to seek advice on safety aspects of where we are on the waterways. I've just dropped some bylaws off in Clyde on the way through today that somebody requested. And yeah, they're used on an educational basis first and foremost, but they're backed up with an enforcement and infringement process if we need to go down that route as well, which is all sent through the MTA. So once these bylaws come in, we'll refresh that infringement process and that'll go up to the Minister for approval and revamp as well.
And the enforcement is carried out. Do you have harbour masters skirting around checking?
Yeah, same as our compliance team, similar system. So yeah, it's very rare we've been through that process, but because education is normally quite good and you know, firm but fair approach works really, really well. So yeah, but it's within the system to go through that. So we would do that on site, issue a ticket, and then go through the compliance team for enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, thanks. Just going back to the timeline, I noticed in paragraph 8 it says this would ensure that there is a minimal to no time when there is not a navigation safety bylaw in place. So with this timeline, can we be confident there will be no gap, or is that still a possibility?
I'm reasonably confident with there's not any gap here. The default position is it would fall to Maritime New Zealand for a short time, but they wouldn't be able to cover that anyway, as they previously hadn't done before my arrival 8 years ago. So yeah, I'm pretty confident we're through without a gap to be.
Okay, and I guess just to check, if there was a gap, what's what are the implications of that?
I would say there's a short-term gap. I don't think there's too many implications actually. It's just, you know, we would lose the power to enforce or infringe against those bylaws in that very short interim. You know, and minded, I haven't used the enforcement process since they've been in. I haven't needed to. Yeah, I'm personally not too concerned.
Chanel.
Just with the timings, if a draft is with Maritime New Zealand, it would have been helpful. Was it not appropriate timing for us to have a look at that draft when we're receiving this report?
Well, this is just to commence the review. So the report in December will have all of that attached.
Which is already sitting in front of Maritime New Zealand.
Well, it is because we need to see whether whether they'd like us to amend it or make changes before we go. This is the one we'd like to go and consult on. So, yeah, it could have gone either way, but I'm just following process.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You know, the changes will be. It's in a pretty good place. There's minimal changes. There's one or two additions which are led out of incident management in Dunedin, and one or two changes of application that we've come across in the last 5 years, which could benefit how we deal with some of the stuff. So there's not too much change, but yeah, we'll be in a better position once we've had that feedback to then formally adopt it and go forward with a public consultation.
Thank you. I was just being clear about where we were at.
Yes, I wonder whether partly what's being asked here is that next time, and it might not be this, it might be a different bylaw or something. If there's any chance
So
of this
the
happening.
way bylaws are made and reviewed is set out in statute, and the council has to first make an independent decision to kick off the process. Because we're running a reasonably condensed process, there's been some steps taken in the background, so I understand where the question's coming from. But the process requires you to consider this information and say, yes, we want to do this, and then December the 9th, getting my dates confused, then you will receive that pack, which will be a track changes version of everything, and staff will be able to confirm that those key parties which have a significant role in the system have also provided some comment as well. So that's just the nature of making bylaws, whether it's animal management or navigational or whatever it might be.
Okay, cool. Thanks for clearing that up. And the only other point or note really is at para 25, we're saying if the bylaw is not reviewed and there is no bylaw in place, then there is a risk that the council is not meeting its obligations under the LGA or the MTA. My statement is that that's not strictly correct. I think that that's overstating the risk to regional council, because the absence of the bylaw doesn't breach the MTA, obviously, or the LGA, but it does materially reduce how our enforcement and our navigational tools. But I would just put it to you that that is a slight overstatement. I don't see that council is at risk with there being no bylaw in place. That's a very small note, though.
Would you like to comment on that? Is that?
No, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. You know, it's coming for a space where we didn't have a bylaw for 10 years prior to getting to this point. So, yeah. Yes.
Any further questions?
I'm happy to move the 3 recommendations and look forward to triggering the formal process with a draft bylaw presented to us in December council meeting.
And would your... Okay, I was just wondering if your portfolio shared lead wanted to second that.
I think he should.
Moved, Andrew, seconded, Robbie. All those in favour? On the contrary? Carried. I'd like to move that we adjourn for lunch. Seconded by Kevin for till 12:40. All those in favour? On the contrary? Carried. Right, the meeting is resumed. Have you something to say, Councillor Malcolm? Right.
Thank you, Chair. Turn my microphone on at the right time, as I've been instructed. 10.3 is the process for developing the annual plan for the 2026-2027 year, which is year 3 of the long-term plan. Oh, that's right. I won't be able to take the cake with me. I'll turn that off. We started so well.
Thank you, Councillor.
Apologies to the YouTube watchers that we are trying this new system and some of us are just taking a wee bit longer to get into the system. So the portfolio leads, Councillor Gardner and myself have met with Amanda, the General Manager of Strategy and Customer, and also with Nick Donnelly, the General Manager of Finance, to discuss the process for the annual plan. The team, Jasmine, Joanne, are set to go through this paper. It's a very streamlined process which is reliant on hitting the set dates to ensure that we commit to our legal obligations. It's a very sound process. Year 3 has been well and truly canvassed. Staff have done a lot of good work, and so with that I'll just simply hand over to Amanda and let her team go through the paper.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin, and I'm going to hand to Jasmine, who is up on the screen along with Joanne.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you. Can you hear us all right? Yeah, great. Thank you. I will just quickly talk you through the paper. As Councillor Malcolm said, this report communicates the process for developing annual plan 26-27, which is year 3 of the long-term plan. The paper provides a timeline and approach which includes workshops with councillors and points for council decision, as well as communication or engagement with the community as per usual through the annual plan process. The report also includes some background around the LTP commitments and the estimates around budget and programs, and some expanding programs as planned for year 3, and the related expenditure and rating impact of what was included in LTP year 3. The approach outlined in the report accounts for adjustments to that LTP year 3, but also notes that depending on the significance or if material changes made to the year 3 programming, that it may trigger an LTP amendment process, which has much bigger, more convoluted steps than the standard annual plan process. The report and the dates were prepared prior to yesterday's announcement, obviously. So staff, so in the report, there's references to the LTP 2027 and proposed early engagement, and staff at this stage have not yet looked at what the implications of the announcement might be for those points in the report. So we will, we'll have to come back to council, I guess, as things progress. So the roadmap attached to the annual plan report outlines dates along a similar time frame to other years when we've been preparing an annual plan for year 3 of the LTP. The dates are looking to get through the annual plan process in a time frame that allows for a higher degree of focus on longer term planning rather than the annual plan. And lastly, as I said earlier, there's several touch points for council outlined in the report, including workshops. Staff have been involved in reviewing programs and budgets for next year, and we have a workshop with council next week to go through some of that. And I'll just hand, is there any other? I'll take questions. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
I will move this noting recommendation from the chair and also another recommendation and another resolution when we have finished question time and are moving into resolution time. What questions have we? Councillor Laws.
Each year when I've gone through this process, this must be the last time we go through it, might be the second to last, I've never been satisfied that I have sufficient information to be able to make a governance decision, particularly about whatever the rates levy that is going to be struck. And we usually go through a workshop process which tends to be more of a staff-led rather than a governance-led process. So I'm wondering this year, given the general desire for some rates restraints to be shown by the Otago Regional Council, how governance might be able to ask questions that can be answered prior to our analysis of the annual plan. And so I'm asking that question now, rather than simply rely upon the information that's presented during the planning process. So is there a way in which governance can inquire of the accounts in detail? That's what I'm seeking to get some assurance of. And when would that be best placed or best time to start?
So the current plan in terms of preparing for that workshop is that this Friday you will be circulated with an basically A3 sheets for each activity, which link to the material that the Chief Executive circulated yesterday morning or the morning before, which has more detail on the current year's activities based on the numbers. So you've got the material based on year 2 with you currently. On end of this week, we're planning to distribute these A3 documents, which will detail the proposed changes that are being proposed to make. That should give you quite a lot of detail and information for you then to answer questions in advance of the workshop or come to that workshop and answer those questions.
I want to formalise the process a little more than oral to and fro at workshops. Okay, sure.
I can add to that answer, Michael. The short answer is if you have any questions about anything, you can ask them at any time and we'll answer them.
Okay, so we can put those questions in individually prior to the work, from now.
Just
basically.
email me.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to know.
Microphone, Michael.
Sure.
Yeah,
Kevin.
as the portfolio leads, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of other councillors, if there were questions being asked in relation to the annual plan process, it would be particular that we all are copied in with that, or certainly the councillors, so we understand a particular councillor's line of questioning as well would be really good. So, and that will help us inform the decision at the same time.
So we would respond to everybody. So everybody is working off the same information. Just the process doesn't work otherwise.
Sorry, further questions?
Just a couple of process questions on and again, 96 of diligent, which is financial considerations. We have two options, a proposal, a process B and a process A. Process B will include audit fees and the consultative process should we need it. But in this financial considerations, while we say it's covered within our within our standard budgets, we actually don't analyse those. So we're not. If I'm making a decision between A and B, I've got no idea of the difference between those two processes.
Sorry, I don't want to step out of my lane. So look, it's because you're not making a decision today. So there is no you're not deciding today on the output of annual plan and whether we do a special consultative procedure or not. This is just an update on a timetable. When that decision needs to be made, we're aware of that request that I think you might have made towards the end of last triennium, where we do just indicate where we say it's covered by budgets, that there are some costs there, just so you're aware of what that is, and that would also include any comparative costs if you made a decision or an annual plan that resulted in a special consultative procedure.
Thank you.
Councillor Gillespie.
So am I correct to assume that the information that you circulated yesterday, Richard, is a lead up to the information that Amanda's talking about that's coming, that brings us fully prepared into the workshop next week and will enable us to maybe have some pre-questions or not?
Yes, that's correct.
Can we get, can I, you know how I study, can I get that printed out rather than on diligent? Because that's my council papers are. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Well, I propose to move the following two resolutions. One, that we note the proposed annual plan 2026-27 process and scenarios outlined in this report and attachments. And two, that Council directs the Chief Executive to prepare a draft annual plan 2026-27 work programme and budget that has zero increase in rates for Otago's ratepayers. Now, what I intend to do now, have I a seconder?
Can I just point of
I was
clarification?
just going to, yeah.
So, as we all know, the rating model within Otago is complex-ish with our targeted rates, and it is the wording of that is no increase for any ratepayer. The versus overall in terms of our rate take, because of the nature of our public transport contracts and other things, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve that no increase for anybody because of the way targeted rates operate. But it is, my view, achievable in terms of overall. So I just need to seek that clarification before we go back and work on that with staff, because of the nature of our rating structure with those targeted rates, and particularly the way in which the public transport rates are set and contracts operate, and the fact that we were funding part of this year's Queenstown public transport with the underspend from last year as well.
These words include in rates for Otago's ratepayers, and perhaps if I clarify that to be that doesn't mean individually they won't go up or down or wherever, that the total Otago ratepayers rate take is what we're talking about here. Now what I intend to do, usually now we would move into debate, but I intend to have any questions, if anybody's got any questions of these at this point, because you might want questions of staff before they remove themselves from the fray. Councillor Laws.
I too seek some clarification. So I think I've had it explained to me that it'll be the quantum rates that is taken to which there'll be no increase for the 20, or that the motion suggests for the 25-26 year. That includes targeted and general rates? Or does it just include general rates? Or some combination thereof?
I don't want to give you the wrong answer to this, Michael. I mean, we take that as an overall calculation of rates. So that's a combination of general and targeted, having a zero increase in terms of how we calculate that and talk about the average rating increase.
So there are three sorts of rates. And the targeted rates, let's just take for public transport, for example, and this is what I'm seeking clarification on, are directed at Queenstown, Dunedin, and then there is a general rates component, as you know, unfairly imposed upon my residents in Cromwell and Central Otago. No, I'm sort of leading there. What I'm trying to work out is, when you talk about the quantum, Richard, does that include the rates that are levied against folk in Queenstown and Dunedin for public transport, then targeted rates for things like flood schemes and stuff like that as well?
So we're talking about all of them averaged as we currently report on. So it's that we have that discussion most years around the media requesting the average rate rise for a council, and we have to give them that, and then we always run into issues because we've got members of our community who get significantly less than that, and we've got members that get significantly more than that, but we work to that average. So the way I take the proposed resolution is that we're talking about that average, which is all of those rates collectively,
right? And
there will be some overs and unders within that.
And then the second question I have is, for the 24-25 financial year, rates were proportioned across land and commercial and residential, irrespective of whether they were targeted or not, on the basis of valuations that were provided across the different councils from Dunedin, Queenstown, etc. The quantum rates that you are talking about for 25-6, so they're levying thence, will there be different valuation structures that make up 25-26? And I'll pick up the point just to clarify.
You mean 26, 27?
Sorry, for 26, 27, sorry, yeah. Just to clarify, Mr. Yarrell, who arrived here today, came up with this idea. I think he's right, that the people of my area are disproportionately disadvantaged by rising house prices because it feeds into their regional rates, because we have a capital value placed upon them. Now, that's fine. That's another issue for another day. But I'm just trying to work out, is there a QV or QV, have there been any changes in the last 12 months that will go into the 26-27 year?
So we had the Nick's back online, so he might know the whether there's any QV updates anticipated within this 12 months. We had QLDC last as an impact on this annual plan, but Nick, do you know which councils may be due for updated valuations for this next annual plan?
Yeah, so we've obviously for this year, 25-26, we've just struck those rates. That was using the valuations that we had as at 30 June or 1 July. Since then, Dunedin revaluations have come out, so they'll be reflected in the 26-27. The year prior to that was Queenstown's turn, but regardless of what the actual capital rate or capital value in the valuation cycle, we equalise those rates. So we get a percentage, we get a certificate with a percentage for a general increase in a region every year to apply to the capital values, so that effectively all those capital values, although not at an individual property level, are equalised and reflect a current value regardless of the 3-year revaluation cycle. So that happens just as a matter of course, and then every 3 years the real value is updated. That is the reason why when we do things that like general rates, we actually have different rate in the dollar for each of the districts because it takes account of that equalisation to and the revaluation cycle.
So when you talk about equalisation, if I might ask, you provided me, Nick, a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, with the total amount of rates that come out of, general rates that come out of the Dunstan ward. And they were roughly 53%, I think, of the total. 43% was it, of the total, sorry. Are you saying that even if rates were to go up, let's just say 10% in Queenstown last year, and they were to drop in the period that we're talking about in Dunedin by 10%, it wouldn't make a difference to the general rates apportioned to ratepayers in Queenstown or Dunedin?
No, it would, because you've got to look at what will happen in the next year. So if capital values continue to go up, there will be a reset of the share of the overall capital value base, based on, regardless of whether the capital values have been formally revalued on the 3-year cycle, but we will get an update for each region of a percentage. And if a region's gone up 5 or 10%, that'll be reflected. If if another district has held flat or gone down, that will be reflected in the apportionment across, even if our overall rates stay completely the same. So currently, I think this year we rated about 68.5 million GST exclusive. Even if it stayed exactly that same amount, there will be some form of rebalancing based on the revaluation equalisation.
Yes, that's the point.
Any formal revaluation. For example, next year, Dunedin won't have a equalisation percentage because their valuations will be current.
This is material that we would anticipate covering when we get into slightly more detailed conversations about annual plans, so we can test some of this as well.
Councillor Gillespie, then Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure CODC are due for new valuations at 1 October this year. The last one was 3 years ago, so that'll be coming through as well. It would be helpful, the additional resolution you propose would be helpful just to see that, just to like.
Oh, yes, you were going to put it up.
Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand a bit more about this zero rates proposal and how that would work. So I'm looking at the annual plan timetable 10.3.1. So we're working, my understanding is we have a workshop, we'll be working on this, councillors and staff together, in December, and then a draft AP annual plan will be presented, what will be available sometime like February. Is that interpreted correctly? Correct. Good. And so look, if this zero rates proposal, if this proposal passes now, then we would expect that draft annual plan to come back with that zero rates built in. If it didn't pass, would we expect to see a range of options, or would there just be a one thing that could be anything?
So, here you go.
Sorry, since I didn't 100% hear the question, because I was just wondering if we should put total rates in that resolution to just help explain that it may be different to different people.
Yeah, and then to your question, Eleanor, so the workshop next week will include, staff have been working on this for some time. We start work on the next annual or long-term plan pretty much as soon as the the previous one has been signed off by council. So what this would do is sharpen our focus for that workshop next week, which will include material that is guided by that resolution and sets out what we have done to achieve that. So there are effectively options within that if council is not happy with some of the steps that we have taken. If this didn't pass, my view as chief executive is that we would still deliver an annual plan that was as efficient as I felt we could make it to deliver the work program that we have been set. So you may not see anything too different. And even that would then set out those decisions we have made to achieve that draft to test the level of comfort around the table.
Thank you. Thanks, it's very helpful.
Councillor Hoddia.
Different glasses I'm trying to wear. I just wonder if that resolution that's drafted up there, if we just have jargon that's consistent with the terminology in the report, in terms of the financial estimates I'm looking at there, are we talking about OPEX or rating revenue being stable? I'm just trying to pick up on, we're basically saying that's what the bottom line is in terms of you're producing there. So are you saying that the rating revenue would be, yeah. So just in terms of jargon, being consistent with what they are, and if that's right, because we've got a number of information, different bits there. So if that's clear enough as written, then leave it as it is. But
it's against the background that this next year of the 10-year plan, the third year of the 3 years of the 10-year rollover, was intended to be close to 14% or something was the intention in the third year of the 3-year plan. So this is a replacement for that and that plan of going up by that amount.
Can I just clarify that, Richard? That's correct. Yes. So what happened was that.
So in the third year of the long-term plan, it was 8%. Because of decisions taken last year through the annual plan, it went up to 14. So that was our starting point for year 3 based on last year's annual plan.
So the reason that went up to 14 was because of the deferment decisions made in year 2. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gillespie.
Forgive me if I wasn't there to know, but does that mean that there was deferrals made for the current financial year that will, if they're still to be funded, will need to have a greater rate take this year? So that's what's been proposed here is with that in mind as well. Was going to go up because you deferred some stuff, but actually we're saying, yeah, it might, but still zero.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. So just to help my mind, is the intent of this motion that we are looking for a zero increase, is it intent to only be, because we're only talking about next year's annual plan, we have done this in the past where we have said because of certain circumstances, I think it was COVID or whatever else, we would not have an increase. But then the following year we ended up with a substantial increase blamed on that. So is the intent of this motion that it creates a lasting new benchmark the organisation will work from, which is what I'm hopeful it is, as opposed to a short-term one-off gain?
Yes, the intention, although everything's up in the air at the moment, and where we go is anybody's guess, but the intention wasn't to just kick the ball down the road and just make it worse for next year. And after this year that we're talking about at the moment, which is starting in the middle of next year, we would usually be doing a much deeper dive, as it were, into the 3-year, 10-year rollover thing. So that's the beginning of another 3-year, the first 3 years of the 10 years. So it's all up for grabs and then, but it's that 3 years that we tend to focus on as to what we plan to do on 3 years and try and wiggle it to kick it down the road. And this is the idea: is this is the third year, and then when we if we are doing it again when we have a deeper dive for the next three year of the 10-year rollover, everything's up for grabs, and are we doing everything as efficiently and as well as possible? Do we need to do what we did before? The whole thing is in for a deeper look, but this is not a kicking the can down the road exercise. If there are no further questions, then we will move into debate. I moved it and Kevin seconded it. Councillor Laws.
I think the question that's just been asked by Councillor Kelleher is extraordinarily salient. And that is that I've been on councils before that have gone through a paroxysm of what you might consider purity when it comes to rates, and then decided that that purity lasts 12 months and they make up for it later on down the line. And that has been the example of the ORC. The big question is this annual plan going to be bariatric surgery or the use of semi-glutenides? In other words, is this going to be a permanent way in which we reduce the Otago Regional Council's appetite for ratepayers' money? Or is this going to be one-off until we stop taking the medication? And it is certainly my view that I'll support this motion on the basis that it is the former. It's a permanent lifestyle change, not something that's affected by a pill for temporary gain. But then that raises the question of, to me, it's one thing to reduce our appetite, and a 14% rate increase to 0 is significant surgery and going to require significant surgery. But it's also, we're going to have to get way smarter about how we spend the money that we've got in terms of our effectiveness across the region. And that, I think, is the challenge for us over the next 12 months in this governance table. We might not have much longer, but there are some really good brains around this table. And we need to change the way in which we do things and provide some guidance, if you like, to senior management as to how that might be, which includes creating new revenue streams. We're great ones for cutting, but we also need to look at how we can create new revenue streams for projects that will advantage us over the next 12 to 24 months. I'm taking this as more than an aspiration. The fact that we are directing, I think, is the word. Yes, we are directing the Chief Executive to prepare such a draft. Also raises the third issue. We, as governance, have to step up. And that means we have to scrutinise the activity program or the work program that the Chief Executive brings to us and have the intellect and the courage to say yes or no to those proposals that are proposed. Also, if there are other areas in the budget that we believe could be addressed, to address those as well. So I think this responsibility, if we think, is just going to lean that Richard's in charge and off he goes with a senior management team, we need to think again. It's that thinking that got regional councils into trouble in the first place. And we can't afford to continue to go down that pathway. I've got no intention of doing so. I'm sure none of you are elected to do so either and don't want to either. So, Madam Chair, I will support your motion. It's the best motion I've seen, I think, probably in 9 or 10 years in which I've been on this council. It's the first motion that actually recognises the impost that we place upon the pockets and the lives and the lifestyles of people who are resident in Otago. And there is still much work for us to be done to justify the money that we take, even with a 0% rate increase. Well done to the Chair and to the Deputy.
Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. It is very important that councils spend money carefully and responsibly. Part of being responsible is actually spending money when it's necessary. And that means that the starting point for figuring this sort of thing out should not be some figure, but should be the important work programs. So for that reason, this proposal is mistaken, and we should not go down this path, because it's the work programs that we need to start with, work out what's important work. We've also heard from the Chief Executive that he has heard what we have been talking about, and this desire to be very careful with that spending, and he has said that whether this passes or not, it's likely that it's not going to be so different. So look, I would say let's start in the right place with the work programs and be as careful and responsible as we can. I will not support this.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. On this occasion, I will support this resolution. This is not a new idea. This is something that we have been working towards actually as a council for some time, and hearing from the Chief Executive that it's a possibility, it doesn't come out of nowhere. The council has been listening. It's important to recognise where we're at, to recognise the voices of community. Zero rates rise as a target is important. Equally though, it's really, really important that we genuinely listen to our community, and that's equally important every single year. Every single time we go out for an annual plan, we need to hear what people in community, local communities, because we're local government, and that's our value, want from us. And I've heard value for rates investment as well as a crucial concept. So whilst I support today, I also support that we need to be listening, and we need to be not shutting the door on communities who do want to invest in things for any manner of reasons, and they need our leadership in those spaces for really crucial reasons that do ensure that we've got sustainable futures for the way people want to live and work and invest in our region. So yeah, I think this is a target today. We need to be willing to rethink if we have to, but yeah, I think it's a important one for today and does reflect where we're at in terms of what community want from us at this moment. Thank you.
Councillor Gillespie.
Thank you. I would like to endorse what Councillor Robertson just said, but at the same time acknowledge Councillor Somerville's concerns about, I think I could be summarising here, so I take a risk, but if the money needs to be spent, we need to consider that. But balance that against what the Chief Executive has said to us quite clearly, that he and the team are acutely aware of the issues that we have from a community point of view in terms of affordability. And being new to this table in the past, I have in my memory somewhere one time my rates for ORC were $83 and now they're $830. Now those numbers may be there and thereabouts, but my story in that respect is not alone. So I think the premise we've started with of saying zero is the right starting point. And at the same time, I'd expect that in the event that the Chief Executive and his team says, but this, therefore there's an option you need to think about. I expect that's what will come out of it. So I'm confident we will get the right outcomes for the right reasons. So on that basis, then I'd be happy to support the motion as proposed.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the recommendation. Just a couple of things. I think we need to be mindful around our community's challenge from a cost of living perspective. That hasn't gone away, that issue. I'm also
mindful of the CE's comments around, being able to deliver on, our current level of service for the 26-27 year. And I think it's just, it's important considering where we've come from to get to this point, and realising there has been a huge investment in the ORC across the board, in terms of being able to lift our game and fulfil some obligations that we weren't fulfilling the way we should. And now that we've got a lot of that rebuilding behind us, I think it's good to have the aspiration at this point in time of the 26-27 annual plan preparation, that's where governance wants the CE and staff to be bringing the actual formal documents early in the new year at a zero rate increase, overall rate increase, which I would feel very comfortable with.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to support the motions as you put them. I think I would actually have been happier to support even a negative number. I think a number of us here have said through our election campaign that we want rates reductions rather than rates increases, but we also want efficiency in the organisation. And I think given that there would always be a CPI increase across the cost of doing business, then this is effectively a rates reduction, and we meet that mandate that we have been put to this table with. In saying that, this has to be a new benchmark we start from and continue at, and this is about striving for efficiency in the organisation. It is about working against the ongoing complaints that I get. I got one yesterday about the cost of the ORC doing business and what people experience when they engage with us, the consent for everything, the costs associated with it. People are fed up with it, and so there is a real demand around this country for more efficiency across local government, and this is a very good start, I believe. In saying that, too, there are things in our annual plan that for me personally are a do not touch at any cost, and the donation to the Otago Rescue Helicopter Trust is definitely one of those. That one needs a CPI increase to assist that trust and that donation. I'm yet to meet anyone in Otago who would say that's a waste of money. I believe that is a very vital and well-needed spend that should be across the Otago region. But this is a very good start, and definitely happy to support it. Thank you.
Chanel.
I too am happy to support that resolution. I just want to be explicit that I'm not supporting any reduction in essential services, and I think that is what I'm hearing from my fellow councillors as well. We're all very cognizant of the cost of living pressures on households. I, the other day, had a friend come to me and say, we've just received our 10% penalty notice on our rates. 10% on $80 is substantially different from 10% on $800, sorry. So I think we're heading in the right direction, and as Gary said, that was part of what some of our campaigns were run on. So thank you for having the confidence, and also for our CE for having the growth mindset to take on this challenge, because we appreciate that it is in fact a challenge for our staff.
Yeah, I'm happy to have this go as written. I just think it's really important in the communication around the annual plan. I know that it's done well in terms of what is being included, but also what is being missed out or what could have been opted into. So as long as we've got good information going out to people in terms of understanding what both sides of the ledger looks like, then it's good, clear information to share, and we can consult on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chanel, have you, yes. Robbie, are you? Right. Councillor Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm certainly going to support this directive to staff that are already well advanced into achieving this goal, and staff that have recognised the absolute importance of ensuring that the ORC is efficient and effective in operating at its very best. In 2019, the ORC was an absolute court case. Previous governments had not done their job, and government deemed that we were not on the correct path, sent people down to say, get your act together and or we'll sort you out. We did that. We took on a growth phase so we could meet our legal obligations as a regional council. We've gone a long way to achieving that. We now have a new table that prior to yesterday's announcement that I believe was certainly on a track to ensuring that we created, along with our staff, the very best Otago Regional Council possible. The CEO and staff are continuing to find. We did an efficiency review, and it was based on a system that had been set up by a previous staff, previous CEOs. Our CEO now has taken that challenge on to find more efficiencies, to improve what is happening at ORC. That's showing. It's certainly showing out within my community that ORC is held in a very good light within my community, and is seen as an organisation that are trying to improve and get things better and get better results. So we are marking now that we are simply taking another step on creating an exceptionally good regional council. May we have time to ensure that we can carry that full task right out. I'll support the motion, congratulate the CE and staff for taking this challenge on, and I'm sure they will deliver.
Thank you. This resolution means we are not asking households to pay any more on average next year than they already pay. The proposal set several years ago was for the rates to go up 14% from July next year. This is not acceptable to me, and I understand to my fellow councillors. At heart, this is about value for money. We want our community to know that we can keep delivering services people rely on, such as the all-important environmental work, public transport and flood protection, without putting extra pressure on families. Every dollar counts, and we are committed to using ratepayers' dollars in the most efficient way possible. The staff at the ORC are prepared to do what it takes to bring in a zero increase budget without reducing services. This is a big ask and a commendable effort from all involved. The government is rearranging the role regional councils play in the overall government sector. Meanwhile, we are determined to be the best regional council we can be. So those two resolutions are moved. All those in favour, oh, hold on, sorry. I was going to, right, we've asked.
Could I just request they're taken separately?
Yes. So the first one, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. On the contrary, carried. And the second one we will do by division.
Councillor Calvert.
In favour.
Councillor Gardner. In favour. Councillor Gillespie. In favour. Councillor Hollier. In favour. Councillor Callagher. In favour. Councillor Laws. Aye. Councillor Malcolm.
Aye.
Councillor Noon.
Aye.
Councillor Robertson.
Aye.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Councillor Wilson's left, so we have the majority in favour.
That's carried.
Madam Chair. No.
Excuse me, councillor Kelleher, could you be at that end
Madam
of that
Chair,
table,
I was
please?
about to request a question or a request to you that as portfolio lead with Councillor Robertson, we haven't yet met with Tom and set in place our system. So with your gracious leave, may I not sit at that end, because I can't really answer many of these questions, whereas Tom can.
So the two of you in the meantime don't want to lead this discussion and you would like the staff to lead it, and you will be very into it next time. Such
Yes.
an issue arises?
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's setting it precedent.
Hey, Councillor Malcolm.
Chair, I wonder if we could have a vote in a division on that.
No, I think I can decide from the chair. Right, yes. Tom. 10.4, moving on to council approval to enter into 2 regional infrastructure fund funding agreements.
Yeah, thanks for having me, councillors, and I'll ensure that my portfolio leads are ready to go next time. So this paper outlines the details of an offer for flood resilience funding from central government. Comprises a mix of straight-out grants, suspensory loans, and a couple of nationwide projects as well. Staff are confident the conditions of these agreements can be met and therefore present little risk. The projects proposed for funding have all come before council in the last triennium, either as flood repair projects or works to be carried out as a part of the long-term plan as renewals of assets. And to meet the timing expectations of central government, in some cases these projects have either been brought forward or their programs have been accelerated. The set of recommendations in the paper give us the ability to sign these agreements and get on with the work and collect the $5.3 million on offer.
Councillor Laws.
We've just passed a motion seeking a 0% rates increase for the 26-27 year. But on the table 1 of the fund tranche for co-funding commitments, my page 103, it's just under paragraph 25. The ORC contribution is put at $3.54 million towards these particular projects, and then is met by additional funding from the government. Can I ask if these projects are currently part of our work program?
Yes,
They
yes
are?
they are.
So, and they were budgeted in the long-term plan, were they?
All except the Puirua flood bank strengthening, Kaitangata flood bank reconstruction, and Puirua outfall structure upgrades. Those were all flood repairs associated with previous flood events from 2020 through to 2024, and our work that is required and would have been funded from scheme reserves and therefore rated in future years anyway. All of these projects were going to be loan funded anyway, so what we're talking about here is a rearrangement of cash flow in terms of interest repayments and the total value of those loans.
Now, it's probably my fault, but the net effect upon rates from agreeing to these tranche projects, given the fact you've said it's can be treated as capex, is
Over the long term will be a reduction.
There'll be a reduction.
Correct. Yeah, in early years, as we draw down loans earlier than expected, that cash flow should be largely neutral, but in our years, so beyond year 2 or 3, then we start to see a reduction.
Thank you.
No more questions? Councillor Noonan, then Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking at the resolutions to confirm entering into these agreements with the ministry, and there doesn't seem to be a resolution to cover off the National project, so I'm just wondering, is the reason for that is because we still haven't confirmed our contribution to that asset management process?
Yeah, there is some work to go in terms of determining the exact scope of that project as it relates to OSC, but you'll note there is an approval in recommendation 10 that relates to those projects.
Right, I thought that would be 630. Okay. I just didn't think it covered the full amount, that was all.
It's 420, 630 is the RIF contribution.
Right.
Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. This looks like a good thing. I just wanted to check out the risk. So under, which is set out in paragraph 39B, disadvantages, where the risk 2 says commits ORC to completing the project with any possible overrun cost to be met by the ORC. How significant a risk would you judge that to be? In what sort of scale?
I judge that risk to be reasonably low. We're pretty confident in the estimates that we have to date. Some of these projects are already underway, so therefore have been tendered, or we have really reasonably certain estimates in terms of what the work will cost. The other thing I'd put to you is that the risk is about 40% of what it would have been if we didn't have the funding. So if the cost overruns are to occur, they would likely occur regardless of the funding model. With the funding model, because we've got a contribution already, that cost overrun won't hurt as much as it would have otherwise.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Kelleher.
Happy to move all 11 when you're ready.
Would you, Councillor Robertson, like to second that?
That'd be perfect.
Right. Any debate? Moved. These 11 recommendations. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried. Thank you. Now moving on to the last item of business. Notice of motion, ORC Strategic Directions 224 to 234, establishment of a working party, executive summary. Would you, Councillor Laws, like to speak to this?
Yes. New councillors and those returning in the days after you were elected received a package of material that was provided to you of documents that you would be considered useful in your decision-making process over the next 3 years. One of those was a document or a booklet titled ORC Strategic Directions 2024 to 2034, which were a set of strategic directions that were established by the previous council after a number of workshops and incorporated, if you like, the worldview of that particular council governance team prior to the election of this one. It was not universally endorsed by those here, but nonetheless, very early on in the piece it became clear, and it became clear in the first meeting of this particular council, that the strategic directions document was going to become central to the policy making of this council over the next 3 years. So it was to assume a greater importance and a greater influence over policy making than had previously been the case, only because in some ways it was reaching its maturity stage. This working party is set up to establish an ORC with strategic directions document that overarches policy making, that will reflect the current alignment and strategic focus of the newly elected governance team. It is appropriate that at the commencement of this term, that the strategic directions should be reviewed and see if they are in line with the strategic focus of all of us on this governance team. To that point and purpose, the idea is to comprise a temporary working party comprising of myself, the Deputy Chief Executive, the Deputy Chair, the Chair, and Kate Wilson representing, essentially we've taken a representative from each ward, and that the working party's report be scheduled for full discussion and action, if required, at the first meeting of the full council in 2026. The aim and purpose. Now, interestingly, we've just passed a motion, for example, that shows how radically we've changed as a council and as a council governance team over the last 12 months. You would have inherited year 3 of the long-term plan, which had been set by the previous governance team, that had a 14% rates increase. And you've just changed that to a 0% rates increase, or the intent of, today, which is an alignment which suggests a different view and a different set of priorities around this council table. My personal view is irrelevant as to what the strategic directions document has or has not, but just so that I might add some degree of flavour to it, I believe that the strategic directions document needs to be clearer, more precise, needs to share itself of some of the ideology that's there, to concentrate on the quality of rates and how we spend them, and on an improvement in the environment of the Otago region. There are ideologies contained within the current strategic directions document that may have well fitted the world view of the previous council, but I would argue need to be re-examined in the light of this new group. And so if we are going to have an overarching strategic directions, we should create it for ourselves. This may not be the view of all of the governance team, but that option to see whether or not it can be better aligned would come to the full council for their discussion and action if required, which is section 3 of this particular notice of motion. I so move.
I will, as suggested here, second that motion.
Questions?
Questions?
Right. So is it the intent of this working group's report to be used to shape the next long-term plan process that will start in approximately June of next year?
The purpose of the strategic directions currently is to shape all policy making within the council. So the answer to that question is yes, if it is changed. It is for us as governance team to determine whether the strategic direction and focus of the council, what that might be. It's a relatively new document, I have to say. I think it was the first, wasn't it, Richard, that we've had in the history of the ORC. I can't remember another one prior to this.
No, I think there was one prior in my time. I can't go back any further than that, sorry.
I can't recall it having any degree of influence at all.
Further question. What is envisaged of staff time and costings to go through this process?
I'm not envisaging staff needing to spend any time. This is really important. This is a governance document. It belongs to the 12 elected members of this council table. These are our strategic directions, and they will be created, it is my intent, by ourselves. Any support that can be provided by staff will largely be secretarial.
And secondly, with, you're looking to report back to full council, to the first full council meeting of 2026, which will be early February, and in light of two major pieces of governance concentration that will be coming over that period, which is the RMA reform about to be announced, and yesterday's announcement of the local government reform that we will be required to submit back on the views of this council by February 2026. Is that, would you consider changing that date to allow those two major, and I'm not trying to diminish the importance of what you're trying to achieve here, I'm just simply saying with those two major parts of work, would there be an opportunity to push that out further to give us greater time?
I think that's something for the working party, Kevin, if I might answer that question, to determine. I don't think it's a very difficult piece of work, but let's address each of those cases in items in case. The RMA reform legislation is not expected to be introduced into Parliament until the middle of next year, or at some time in the first 6 months. It then goes through a select committee process at which you would expect us to be able to submit, and there is no indication necessarily at this point in time that the reform legislation will be passed in toto prior to the next election. That question was not evaded but accepted is going to be an issue in the press release that, or the press conference that Chris Bishop and Mr Watts had yesterday as the Minister of Local Government, so that's not going to impede upon us. On the submissions for local government reform, we are going to be required to have some sort of submission, as I understand, by the end of February. I'm a bit of a believer that you can walk and talk at the same time, and that the Otago Regional Council can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I believe that it can do two pieces of work at the same time, Kevin. I don't believe it's stupid enough just to have to concentrate on one.
Load them up.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Chair.
Just procedurally and fundamentally, I am wondering whether we've met the requirements of the Local Government Act for a decision making on the amount of information that we've got with this paper to enable a decision. It seems there isn't any information really with this. Even one of the members of the proposed working party had a number of questions there. It's quite hard to analyse what we're being asked to do today.
Is that a question?
Yep, have we met the requirements of the Local Government Act for decision making and analysis of options, etc.?
Look, Gretchen, I think my response to that would be that the options there are to either support the proposal for a working party or not. I don't think there's much more assessment of options than that, and that is not a decision that is automatically leading to a change in our strategic direction. So my sense is that there's not a lot more information that could be provided that would be useful in a decision-making process like this. So I'm, in terms of accepting the notice of motion and adding it to the agenda, I'm reasonably comfortable that council can make that the decision that it's being asked to make today.
Councillor Hollier.
My understanding of the existing strategic direction document was that it involved a fair bit of community consultation, and from my brain, you know, that community consultation for a long-term plan process is sort of the time, energy and effort was invested for value to be returned over a 3-year period. So I guess the suggestion now is that I'd like to know what involvement with community engagement is expected through the outcomes of this working party, either with them or subsequent to whatever might come up? How do you expect that to work out, Michael?
That is a decision that we would make when the working party comes back, so what the next step would be. But this is aimed at simply overviewing the current strategic directions to ensure that they are going to be robust enough and fit for purpose for the next 3 years, or however long we've got. So any consultation process that we may or may not take part would be a decision for the governance team when it receives the working party's report.
And I guess in context of this, the announcements yesterday from ministers that you've quoted, how do you see that working in with all that sort of stuff in terms of getting a report or a summary of the timetable coming up at our next meeting, in terms of how we're expected to engage with the process for that sort of stuff? Are we not just a little bit early in terms of doing that sort of stuff because it's all going to be a little bit clearer once we've all had time to digest all the information and understand whether there's any point in a working party undertaking this, or if the whole group should be doing it because it's more relevant to what the direction is that the government has set?
The answer to that question, the first part is you'll have no more information on December the 9th than you do now. There'll be no legislation that will be introduced or papers or decisions made by government from now until they receive their submission process at the end of end of February, and then they will make decisions after that time. So nothing that happened yesterday will affect this working party, other than whether or not our strategic directions are fit for focus. But can I also say, you've just amended the long-term plan, just now, significantly around this table. In one foul swoop, you've made a decision that the year and that the direction of travel of this council is fundamentally different. All I am suggesting to you is that given that, the election result, the difference in the council table, and the focus of direction over the next 3 years, is the strategic directions document fit for purpose? That is all this working party seeks to discover and make recommendation, if necessary, upon.
Councillor Robertson, then Councillor Noon.
Thank you. I guess I am thinking then around what would I have included if I was writing a paper so that our council could be informed. One of the things would be what was the intended process, I suppose. What would be the normal process for reviewing the strategic plan and the timing? Obviously, it's our choice, but what would normally happen given it was consulted with community? And so I'd like to ask our CE that question. And second of all, what would be the advantage of having a working group versus involving all of the democratically elected councillors in reviewing the strategy? Maybe that's a question for the mover and the seconder. Thanks.
Thanks, Gretchen, because I wasn't going to stray into question 2. I will happily leave that for you all to debate. In terms of question 1 and the way in which staff would have worked with the new governance table to review the strategic direction, so we would have initiated that process ahead of the long-term plan. So the plan would have been in February. Returning councillors, remember we've had some discussions around outcomes reporting as an area that you asked us to do some more work on. So there's been some work to create a report that looks at our outcomes against the current strategic directions and goals, and that helps to understand how we can measure the progress that we're making against the current strategic directions. From there, and this would all be subject to annual plan conversations. So creating the space to start the long-term plan process, which would start with strategic directions. In March, there would be a discussion with all governors to review the strategic directions, essentially just to have the conversation about what this governance table feels needs to change, if anything. Are what we have still relevant? What changes? Is there a new ambition level for any of those? Do we need to take some away altogether? Are they relevant, achievable, etc.? And then that document would be tested, would be pulled together. We would continue to work with the chair and deputy chair as we do, and would go through a consultation period as well. So the normal process for those would involve all of the governance table, and I fully concur with Councillor Laws that it is a governance process, and that is something that we are very clear on. We would take the direction around what other involvement from community, mana whenua, other parties or interested stakeholders through that process. So effectively commencing in February, being completed in order for it to be the key document that informs the decisions you make within the long-term plan.
Spot on. Spot on.
Did you get an answer to everything you wanted there, Councillor Robertson?
The next one was, what was the advantages of having a working group of 4 people versus involving all of the councillors if we were to review the strategic directions?
The answer to that question is just speed, and to ensure that there are representatives of each of the wards that are here, to speed up the process, to ensure that it's brought back to the earliest possible council meeting. Can I assure all those who are around the governance table currently that it's their final decision and document that we will be discussing. We have used working plans, as Gretchen well knows, often in the life of this ORC for the point and purpose of concentrating a piece of work, speeding up the process, and then letting those final decisions be made by council. That's what working parties do.
Was Councillor Noon?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. My question's for either Richard or Amanda, and I'm comfortable with the motion, will support the motion, but whatever comes back to council, whenever, if it's in December or at some later date, will we be well advised about following due process, whether it relates to the Local Government Act in regards to consultation, or whether it relates to our own current policies with regards to engagement and consultation? So I just want an assurance that any paper that comes back with a recommendation around change to the strategic directions will clearly outline and either confirm or not whether there's any risk in terms of a judicial review or anything like that, a legal challenge or anything like that.
Well, as it's proposed, it's a working party report, so it depends on what the working party request. I mean, my role is to advise you of risks. So if and when we are asked as staff, we will provide that information. There will be some requirements to consider when we are looking at modifying the strategic directions which were consulted on and confirmed through the previous long-term plan. But until we understand the process, I can't provide you firm advice. But if, that is fundamentally one of our jobs as staff, is to ensure you are well advised. So we'd need to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Councillor Gillespie, I think, were you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just got a couple of questions that probably fit with the mover and or seconder, and that there's two. Wouldn't a review of this document be carried out as part of the annual plan process for 26-27? And then I guess secondly is that what consideration has been been given to understand the implications and process for any change that might be proposed for the strategic direction that the working party may come up with?
The thing to point out is that, I'm sure Richard will confirm, there is no legislative requirement to have a strategic directions document. Zero. Okay, so we've made this up. The long-term plan, the Local Government Act establishes a series of rules and regulations and processes which you must follow, and ditto the annual plans that are consequent upon that. All the other plans that are established also under the Local Government Act. This was a creation of the Otago Regional Council for purposes that I haven't still been able to divine. But there it is. And now we know we've elevated to such a role that it overarches, according to our own definition, our policy-making functions. Having no legislative background, Neil, at all. So that's why if you are going to create a document that's going to have that degree of influence upon our organisation, it's critical that as soon as we are elected, this new council, we address what those directions should be. And one of those directions might well be for us to consider we don't have one. There are sufficient plans and legislation to drive us forward. That's not my decision to make, that's our decision to make. But if we have elevated this particular document to the status within the organisation that it has, we have a fundamental responsibility to review it as quickly as possible, given all of our decision making from today forward. That's my answer.
So I've got a supplementary to that. It's probably going to go Richard's way, I think. My understanding is that this document forms part of our long-term plan. And my understanding would be is that we want to change this. It needs to be done through the long-term plan process. Asking Richard.
So you could make an amendment outside of the process, but that's to Andrew's question before around what are the requirements on this council in terms of any consultation or engagement we would need to do to make a change to the long-term plan, and I can't answer that because but fundamentally, changes to long-term plan, when you think about if you make a change in the annual plan that is a significant step away from the long-term plan, you go through a special consultative procedure.
That would be my take. I would have thought that's exactly the path you end up going down, that to review this outside of a consultation process that's not special or part of an annual plan or long-term process, you would be at great risk of having your decision overturned very quickly.
Yeah, so just from a procedure point of view, I guess there's still questions, and then my suggestion is at the right point in time you take those probably either collectively by division, or that's probably the way it needs to go.
Procedurally, if somebody asks for the motion to be put, I don't know that it also it takes precedence, but I don't have to accept it if I don't think suitable discussion's been had. Isn't that the situation? No discussion. And there's been no debate, so. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor. Yes. Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Look, I don't really have a problem with governance page paper #001, which is going to indicate that there's potentially hundreds of these to follow. If I was to go looking for a problem, it is in the second part of recommendation 1, which says to ensure alignment with the strategic focus of the newly elected governance team. But the problem is we haven't really sat down and hashed out our overall alignment with the newly elected governance team. So given the tight time frame and given the changes that are potentially coming to us, is it the hope of the 4 representatives of the 4 regions that we would potentially inform them of our strategic focus, that they can have some effect in the report? Or do we have faith in that group to cover our strategic focus and bring that back to us so we can then debate it?
The latter.
Okay, I haven't got a problem with that.
Yeah.
And the last question comes from Councillor Hollier.
I guess that points to the question, therefore, is it worth having the whole group involved rather than just a select group? Because you're right in identifying that the strategic focus of the newly elected governance team is that of a team. And whilst we can review stuff afterwards, look, there's going to be plenty of stuff on our plate over the next wee while, and I don't think anybody's shirking away from any responsibilities. So is it just tidier to have a working party that includes all 12?
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah. Is it tidier to have all 12 involved rather than 4?
You could move a motion, amendment to a motion, if that's what you want.
Well, that would be my suggestion. I don't know if it requires an amendment to that motion or.
The reason the motion, if you're asking.
There's two parts. One is
Yeah.
which is a working party to be formed, and the second one is who would make it up.
The reason, the question's been asked by Councillor Robertson, and I obviously haven't answered it sufficiently. The reason that the working party model has been chosen is for the point and purpose of speed of delivery. And so that it doesn't require a significant time commitment of others. It's simply working up the proposals, which will be discussed and then decided upon by the full council. A working party can't make decisions. All a working party can do is work and set up, if you like, a framework for those decisions to be made. But those decisions can only be made by the full council, as item 3 puts forward.
Right, debate. Councillor Sunfull.
Thank you. Look, as these proposals are written, I have two objections, and they have sort of largely been canvassed through the questioning already. The first is that the strategic directions belong to all the councillors here, and so any further discussion, development of them should involve all the councillors. And I know it says here that will come to the full council for a decision, but actually that's too late. From the very beginning, if there are changes and review of that, all councillors should be involved. I can't go along with a small working party to get that started. Secondly, we've heard that we are going to be doing this anyway. Now I know the waters are muddied and we're now shrouded in confusion because of the government's reorganisation of local government's plans. But as we heard from the Chief Executive earlier, there is a process for dealing with that would kick in next year. And that sounds like a thorough process to me, more so than we would be able to achieve in the short term. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy with the motions as put. If we want to have more involvement, we can engage with the 4 members there. It's our motivation to do so. And then we can debate afterwards. So no, I'm all good.
Councillor Bayer.
Yes, I support this paper. In my short time, I've been frustrated a few times already, multiple times even, that we've tried to do something. Oh no, you can't. Strategic direction says this. I mean, are we elected just to carry out the previous council's directions or set our own? That's all.
Sorry, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Yep, I am against this notice of motion. It's been portrayed that the worldview of the previous council was embedded into the strategic directions, and whilst that's partially, I guess, correct, it was actually consulted through the long-term plan, so it's the view of the community. It was something that was worked up with a lot of input from democratically elected councillors, also with mana whenua, but particularly then consulted with the community who agreed. I understand that from time to time that you would relook at strategic directions, and that's totally fair enough, and actually totally fair enough for a new council, but I believe that it should involve all democratically elected councillors involved in that. We don't have a worldview of the new council that we're going off. What are we actually fundamentally trying to change here? What is the working group going away and focusing on our behalf? We don't know. We have no idea. So how helpful is that work? Not helpful, because we've given no bounds or description of what we're after there. So that's, yeah, I just can't see how that is helpful, actually. Without some work from us at the beginning on that. And then if we were going to do that and be efficient and be effective, etc., wouldn't we be waiting for a little bit more discussion nationally? Wouldn't we be hoping to involve discussion then with our communities? Because that's our job as local government. So I just think it's a no from me. This is poor governance. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
I do take on people's comments. When I first read this, I took it as a light, let's do a wee working group, let's just have a look at things and then come back to the group. Michael mentioned earlier that he, and I may be wrong, but is looking for some perhaps more specificity. Perhaps, as Gretchen said, we don't know, but I'm taking this proposition as a light touch to begin a conversation. I think what it perhaps has turned into, it's a matter of, I guess, trust, and for me, the 4 people who are on that working party or proposed to be on the proposed working party, that makes sense to me. They were the highest polling in their bits, apart from Robbie didn't pick up the mantle, and that's fine. But conversely, if there were 4 people randomly chosen from this 12, I would be more than comfortable and trusting that it would be, that a report from that working party would be a very useful starting point. So I do support that.
Councillor Gillespie.
Earlier today, we resolved to confirm the terms of reference for our various portfolios, committees and working groups. And they've all been set up with quite a bit of rigour to them all. Whereas I think this proposal that's been put to us today is a bit like, trust us, we know what we're doing, it'll be okay. And there seems to be no information that gives me any firm idea of the process it's going to follow. I would have thought it would be quite simple to determine that this work may result in a change to the long-term plan. I would have thought there would have been a terms of reference to say what this working party will actually be doing and or not doing for that matter. So I find the notice of motion is deficient on information on which I'm prepared to make a decision. That's not saying that the work doesn't need to be done, potentially, and the purpose of my questions earlier was because I think that can be done as part of the 26-27 annual plan process. I don't think there's any value in 4 of us, no matter who they are, or 6 or 8 or 12, doing something outside of that process. But yeah, as I say, one of my big concerns is that it will require ultimately an amendment to the long-term plan in some way, shape or form. And the whole process of that is quite significant. So, and I've heard of nothing that says that what's in here is causing us any particular issues at the moment. I also want to pick up on what Councillor Keller has said earlier today, in this debate, when he said that to ensure alignment with the strategic focus of the newly elected governance team, we haven't got it yet, and there's a process by which that needs to be formed. And I think it's a more formal and structured process than what's been proposed by this notice, so I will not support it.
I've just got a few comments to make. The first is that, well, not necessarily in this order, but it may well not be ready for a report by the first meeting, in which case it can be delayed till a later time. The second thing is that when we have processes that start looking at things such as this, the strategic document or strategic directions, they either start with staff or they have to start with a small number of us. It is very inefficient to have 12 people around the table coming in one morning and saying, okay, where do we start? So to me, what this proposal is get a smaller group of us together to just start the conversation. It either gets started by staff, which in this case is not appropriate because it's our document, or it gets started by a smaller group of us. And so this is a smaller group of us who are just getting the thing started to think about. And when it says here, I think possibly Councillor Somerville misspoke when he said scheduled for decision. It isn't a decision, it's discussion. And so all that's proposed is that a group of 4 of us get together and have a chat, talk about where it might be going or why there might have been problems about it or why it might need to change and things, and a report would then come back to possibly not the first one, possibly a later one, just depending on how the timing goes, as to what issues and that there may be around that strategic document. So it's the beginning of a discussion. It's baby steps, but somewhere those steps need to start, and they should start with us, not with staff, because it's our document. And to start with us has to be fewer than 12 of us, or the whole thing falls over without us even thinking, what are the issues we've even got here? Got to start somewhere. May as well start with us, smaller group, and nothing is determined. So although the decision today could be to set up a working party, nothing's being decided. This isn't going to take away, it's not suddenly going to get a life of its own and it's going to be presented at the end of January or something as take it or leave it here as a new direction. It's not like that. It's the beginning of a conversation. So I'll be supporting it. Right a reply.
I expect this will be my right reply as well. Can I just answer the 2 questions that, or the 2 objections that have been raised? Sorry, 2 objections that have been raised. The first is a suggestion that for some reason there is a decision being made here. This is the only decision that's been made here is to establish a working party to start a discussion and hopefully a debate amongst our entire governance team as to whether or not we should have a strategic directions document to overarch all policy making of this council, and then B, if we do, what that should look like and whether the current one is fit for purpose. The other major argument was about, well, only 4 of you are going to be in actual fact starting this conversation. Yes, we will be framing a reference. But can I say, you've just passed today the concept of portfolio leads, where only 2 of you get to lead the discussion on vital issues of how the government, of how we manage ourselves. So if the principles as he's established, of which Neil Gillespie is a co-governance lead, and will be largely in control of the agenda for his responsibilities outlined under the terms of reference. What am I to say? I don't trust him to do that, or his other co-lead. All 10 of us want to get involved in that process. Obviously that's nonsense. The aim of the portfolio leads is to start discussion around this table, to lead that discussion, of which we all then make the decision. The working party is no different in terms of its intent. For those reasons, Madam Chair, I commend the motion to the table.
Right. I think we should have a division. Richard said before he left that he thought it might be an idea, and it does look like we may be not all of one mind on this. So,
Are we taking them all together or separately?
do we want them all together? Is there anybody who feels about 3 of them and doesn't like the 4th, 2 of them and don't like the 3rd one? Or?
Can I just ask that we have a division and we take them separately, please?
Okay.
Councillor Byers,
So, sorry, this is
For number one.
this is for number 1.
Aye.
Councillor Calvert,
Aye.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Gillespie, Councillor Hollier, Councillor Callagher,
Aye.
Councillor Laws,
Aye.
Councillor Malcolm,
Aye.
Councillor Noon,
Aye.
Councillor Robertson,
No.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Motion has passed. 7 in favour and 4 against.
Second one.
Councillor Byers,
Aye.
Councillor Calvert,
Aye.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Gillespie, Councillor Hollier.
No.
Sorry, that was no. Councillor Callagher,
Aye.
Councillor Laws,
Aye.
Councillor Malcolm,
Aye.
Councillor Noon,
Aye.
Councillor Robertson,
No.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Again, we have 7 in favour and 4 against. Motion is passed. And the last one. The third one, Councillor Byers,
Yes.
Councillor Calvert,
Yes.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Hollier. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gillespie,
No.
Councillor Hollier,
Well, it's going to be done, so if it's coming then yes, for that one.
Councillor Callagher,
Yes.
Councillor Laws,
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
Aye.
Councillor Robertson,
No.
Councillor Somerville,
No.
and for that one we have 8 in favour and 3 against. Motion is carried.
And that is the end of our meeting today. Thank you for your attendance, those millions of people who I'm sure are watching us on YouTube, and the people who are here, and thanks to the staff for their very able and sometimes difficult support of us today. We appreciate them, as we always do.
Who's heading for Wanaka? I've got, 4 seats, well, 3, there's what, 3 in the back.